Hello again, everybody. Welcome to episode 143 of the Warhammer 40,000 podcast that goes by the name and or identity of Look Out, Sir. My name's Dan, and it's that bit at the beginning of the show where I take it upon myself to introduce my special pal, my super friend, my cuddly buddy, good old Phil. How you doing today, cuddly buddy?
Oh, well, I'm very good. I'm very excited. It is the Guard pre-order week. So I'm like, ooh.
You're teasing us, Phil, with the possibility of a Guard-themed show when we both know no such thing will be available as of yet. But next episode, we hope.
Yes, not this week. This week is all about the Votann. And then maybe, just maybe, if we can get our codexes in time, we'll squeeze out a Guard extravaganza, bamboozly, bombastic episode next time.
We will certainly aspire to do so. This is one of the unfortunate pitfalls of having not signed whatever NDAs it is that Games Workshop require in order to gain access to their glorious collections of early release content or whatever it is.
I know. It's made worse, actually. So at the moment, all the YouTubers and actually just some random Twitches and not random people that do Twitch and Instagram.
Oh yes, Twitches, yes.
Twitch streamers and Instagrammers get access to the copy. And normally you're like, okay, right, they're talking about the rules. I'm trying to hold off from watching any of those because I want to experience the book firsthand, and normally it's just a week, but for Guard, for whatever reason, it's a 2-week pre-order window. So I'm like, oh geez, I've got twice as long to wait now in anticipation.
You got to deal with all of those better, more popular influencers leaking content all over the internet. God bless them. So
I know, yeah,
aren't they great? Anyway, what are we talking about in this episode, Philip?
Well, if it wasn't already a surprise, if you were listening correctly, it's Leagues of Votann. We're doing another Codex review, read-through.
Indeed.
Whatever we call them. Codex
business
episode.
Time. We've got to get through yet another Codex review. I hear these Leagues of Votann are pretty good, but not as good as our 5-star review.
Come on now, Timmy. You've got your orders. You've got to do it.
But I don't want to, sir.
You've got your orders. Now get up there, get over that trench, and get me that 5-star review, and get it back here right away.
Okay, sir.
This week's 5-star review comes by way of what platform and what country of origin, Philip?
Audible America.
You are 50% correct. Would you like to guess which 50% you're correct about?
Audible UK?
No, unfortunately not, Phil. This is by way of Apple Podcasts of the United States of America. So close, Phil. So close. An individual by the name of Mooney, Mark Mooney. So all manner of moon-related names there, and they have given us a 5-star review that begins with the words "Magic is heresy," followed by 5 stars, which is of course a prerequisite of appearing here in the 5-star review segment. And if you would like to be like Mooney, Mark Mooney, and leave us a 5-star review somewhere where you're able to do so, we will at some point be reading you out here in the very self-aggrandizing 5-star review segment. But that's not all, is it, Phil? Oh no, because if you wanted to, you can support us on Patreon. Also, we have merchandise. That's all of that out of the way, unless you want to expand on that at all, Phil.
Oh, we've had some lovely new Patreon supporters. One of them, a new one that came last week, because we basically were shunning our apparent sponsors that we were offered, and we said no to them, and we decided in the end we were saying no. And one of our kind Patreon supporters basically came on board to join the Patreon supporters, if that makes sense, because we shunned said sponsors. So you too can, support us and shun the fact that we don't have sponsors. Or no, celebrate the fact that we don't have sponsors because we shun them. You can just cut that all out. It makes no sense.
I might leave it in. I mean, it removes some of the kind of purity and or authenticity of the original situation that you're referring to. But we'll probably see how it goes. Maybe I can work it in. Hang on, right? Blah 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 blah. What do you reckon? Oh, unless you've got something else to say about it, Phil.
No,
good. We'll go with me. Either people are going to get a very odd insight into the editing process, or they're going to not know that happened at all. That's how that's going to work. Right, anyway. So, Magic is Heresy. Magic is Heresy, 5 stars. The strangest part of writing the review is that I've wrote it with Dan's voice narrating already. There you go. He's already approached this with the notion that I would be narrating it. And here we are. Hopefully it lives up to their expectations. Curious as to what possible podcasts in the realm of Warhammer exists. Okay, that's posed as a question. Let's continue on. I've perused them all, and I can tell you, yes, indeed, look no further. These princes of the wargaming community, I apologize, Dan and Phil, a genuine article. They deliver something special, like the satisfying sip of a tea at just the right temperature. A truly friendly and cheerful atmosphere, producing a magical charm. I hope I can reflect back to them here today with this review. Thanks, guys. Never tire, but if you do, that's okay too. 5 stars. Sort of butchered it in places, but again, feel like I did it justice. All the same, lovely 5-star review, it's fair to say. A lovely 5-star review, wouldn't you say so, Phil?
Indeed. It's always very good.
What, when Mark specifically gives us 5-star reviews, or just the general sentiment towards all 5-star reviews?
Well, all 5-star reviews are, of course, welcome. This one was very nice. Succinct, to the point. I mean, princes, not kings. I mean, I'll take that, I guess. But he could have gone one step further. Just saying. But then you can't have 2 kings, really, can you?
You cannot have 2
we're
kings.
We're from different countries. Yeah.
No, that is true. Or we could be king and queen together.
Yes, or 2 kings in a gay marriage. I'm sure
absolutely.
Could happen. Yeah.
I mean, theoretically, yeah. I don't actually understand enough about how the monarchy functions to begin to offer an opinion. But in theory, I guess it would be possible. Although I suppose only one of them would be the king. And then I guess maybe it's what happened with...
It would be king consort, I guess, is probably what it would be.
What was the guy who was married to the queen called? Was he a duke? A duke?
No, he was a prince.
Was he a prince? So she was married to her,
attacked by
one
a
of her
bug
sons?
in the shed.
No, oh, this is terrible.
But it was Prince Philip. He was prince.
Oh, yeah. Let's see. So you're a prince... I don't get it. I don't understand. Anyway, there you go. That was us doing a 5-star review. Phil, elaborate and we can move on with this horribly butchered section into something else.
Okay, while I swat away the weird fly thing that's attacking me in the shed. Thank you. What was it? Mooney Mark Mooney.
Yes, that's correct, yes.
Yes, well, thank you very much, Mooney Mark Mooney. Appreciate the kind words as always. Glad you're enjoying the show. Don't understand the reference to magic at the beginning of the title. That could have been elaborated on. Maybe you can let us know your thoughts and opinions on that in detail in the comments.
I mean, I suppose it's just the notion that magic is heresy, which I suppose it is. But does he mean magic in the fantasy context of, say, the Warhammer 40,000 universe, which context it's not actually magic at all? It's the, manipulation of psychic energy manifested by the warp. Or does he mean within the context of the Warhammer 40,000 universe, but still confined to some kind of stage magic? Is he talking about magicians? Is basically where I'm going.
If you can pull a rabbit out of a hat, you are a heretic. Yes,
absolutely.
I could agree with that for sure.
Do you think there is much of a demand for magicians in the world of Warhammer 40,000? Do you feel like there's a planet somewhere out there in the confines of the Imperium where there is a very well-paid and or successful magician, sort of like a Penn and Teller of the Warhammer 40,000 universe?
I mean, maybe. I would love to think there's a planet out there raising a regiment of mime artists. And
be incredible.
maybe like the commander is a magician, and
It's like a long forgotten Sisters of Silence temple, and they've
exactly. You don't need any ammo because they're just going around with holding as if they're holding guns, and they're not even making the noises. They're just making the notion of them shooting.
Gestures. Yes,
unfortunately, you as this is a podcast, you're missing out on the actual actions I'm doing. That Dan can see, but no one else can. Yes, and then when they die, they're clutching their heart and silently falling to the ground. Yeah,
you can come up with some pretty great rules for that as well. Though, couldn't you? Like imagine the sort of stratagem, sort of manifesting walls by just having them obviously moving around with their hands up. As
instant cover +1 to your armor save.
Yeah. I guess, they can freely traverse vertical distances with their invisible rope.
Or the escalator that goes downwards.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so they
behind a sofa, of course. Only behind a sofa. That's when it works.
Behind the sofa, absolutely. Maybe that's a unit that could join them. Some kind of series of like elaborate furniture on wheels. I'm into this. This is by far and away the greatest addition to Warhammer 40,000 ever. I feel like this is a race that needs to be added. So there we go. Make it happen, Games Workshop. We know you listen to us. Please make it a reality. All right, there you go. That was that. Thank you very much, Mooney Mark Mooney. It was a flipping lovely 5-star review. You're a scholar and a saint. And to the rest of you who have been kind enough to leave us 5-star reviews, we'll get to you eventually. And obviously, if we've called you out before, thank you as well. But even those of you who can't be bothered to do it, cheers for being here anyway. It's really just nice to have you listening. Yeah. So we're going to move on now to the bulk of the thing. Phil said yeah, so I sort of cut him off. Try that again.
Always nice to have, just for listeners enjoying the show.
Darn right. Transitional noise. Yeah, this one, I don't know, man. Like, I've not been well, and this didn't go well, and I don't know whether it's because of outside stresses or just general weirdness, but like basically, just to warn you from the outset, we've put this out. It's not great. And when I say it's not great, it's not because the quality is not great. It's because for whatever reason, I was not in a very good frame of mind, and this book didn't sit very well with me, and I didn't overly enjoy it. And I decided to get a bit arsey about it, which is not some wet thing I like to be. I just think it was a combination of factors. So this is me giving you advance warning. This is going to be a weird segment, but we power through, we do what we can, but it's not a full review by any stretch of the imagination. I think, how far did we get, Phil? We started doing like data sheets, and then I basically called time on it.
Yeah, so we do all the army-wide rules. We do the classic Codex cover review, and a few bits about the lore, explaining it for people that haven't listened. We talk about the individual leagues and go through that in great detail, which was probably a mistake. And then we start going through, because it's all new data sheets, that we start going through each data sheet one at a time. And we get about halfway before a trigger warning meltdown happens from one of the hosts. And then that's where it ends.
You're making me sound really bad, but I probably I haven't gone through the process of editing it yet. This has been recorded just to try and preface the whole thing. But yeah, look, there you go.
If people really want the lost episode, i.e. part 2 of Votann, let us know in the comments, and I'll strong arm Dan into doing it over the Christmas holiday or something, when he should be doing something else much more fun.
Yeah. Well, indeed, editing a quiz probably. Oh God, man. But yeah, I think that's the thing. I didn't really think it'd get to me as much as it got to me, but it got to me, and I think it was just a combination of sickness and other things, and I don't know, man. It's just a stressy time of year, isn't it? Stressy.
Yeah, there's a lot on for sure, but I think we've given people the full warning. They can enjoy or not enjoy the segment as they so wish.
Yeah, God, there you go. Lucky them. All right, cool. Well, there you go. Good luck with it. Hopefully it's not too awful.
It's just toy soldiers, Dan. Why are you being so precious about it? About this thing that we spend hours and hours and hours every week doing? Why do you care, Dan? Why do you care? It's just toy soldiers.
I mean, honestly,
why can't you be passionate about your hobby?
I mean, isn't that exactly what I was?
No, exactly. No, that is my point. I'm being facetious. It's like, of course, we're passionate about it because we put loads of hours of our time and lives into it. Not
More
just because of the podcast, but because of the hobby as well. Like, because we love it is why we care. And sometimes that has bad feels or angry reactions, and that doesn't make it invalid or us being silly for having those feelings.
Well, it's kind of you to say so. I'm sure other people will feel differently when they hear it, but we'll get into it. So there you go. Passing over to an iller, grumpier version of myself now. Cheers. Hello and welcome everybody to this part of the podcast where me and Phil are going to take it upon ourselves to talk about the pages found within the hardback cover of the Leagues of Votann Codex, or Codex Leagues of Votann. What's the technical terminology on that one, Phil?
Codex Leagues of Votann.
Boosh.
That's what it says.
It says it there on the cover, and as is tradition, we will have an opinion about this cover. Don't like it. What do you reckon?
I quite like it, but I can see what you mean. It's not the most eye-catching. It's very dark, I have to say. Like, literally dark, not metaphorically dark.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't capture my imagination. Now, to be completely transparent from the outset, I have been relatively critical of the design of the Leagues of Votann. I have seen some beautifully painted minis since the release of Leagues. People have been doing some wonderful things with them. And credit where credit's due, aspects of the range are softening me at the moment. I'm becoming slightly less underwhelmed by them as I see people do awesome things with them. But my overall, underwhelmedness of certain aspects of their design philosophy still remain. And I feel like that's quite accentuated within this particular image. It just doesn't contain anything within it that I'm finding particularly compelling. You have yourself a tubby dwarf man kind of screaming out at the clouds while a bunch of grizzly dwarf peeps run around. And yeah, I think probably the most interesting detail of it is the face,
the giant head of the Votann itself. Yeah, that is a cool little touch.
Yeah, that's interesting. But yeah, it just doesn't capture my imagination. It's very forgettable. There is nothing on that image that's making me go, ooh, core blimey.
I would say the bottom left-hand corner is the best bit. It's the most interesting and thematically the bit of the Votann that I like the most. It's the regular guys and the guys with the exosuits. And I think that kind of high-tech vibe is what I like most about it. Whereas I can't remember what the name of it is, but we'll learn as we go through. The main guy in the middle, the commander, I think he's got too much of a mixture of high-tech and like Nordic fantasy realness. And I think they should have just leaned into that high-tech, like the guys in the bottom left-hand corner, and left behind the old trappings of ye old dwarven Norse Vikings, because they've all been pilfered and used almost better by things like Space Wolves and stuff. So I would have leaned away from that and more towards the other direction.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. So just to reiterate how me and Phil do this, we don't actually normally go straight into a cover review. We normally do a spiel where we explain our processes as it concerns, excuse me, I'm still sick, these kind of things. So basically, Phil has actually read some of this codex, God bless him. I have spoken to people who have played and created armies using this codex, but ultimately I haven't read it. We try as best we can to try and give you our honest first opinion based on the rules as we consume them, and we start to essentially understand sorry, this is going to be a regular feature today. We start to try and understand how it works. Now, obviously, as anyone who's listened to the show for a recurring amount of time will know, we've already been able to form relatively comprehensive opinions on some of the more controversial rules mechanics within this. I'm conscious of the fact that they have also, before this book even was released, put out comprehensive FAQs, points adjustments, everything. So quite intriguingly for this particular Codex review, there is going to be some extra emphasis on us needing to check and ensure that we are correct and in line with the FAQs and erratas. Normally the process is the book is what it is for a couple of weeks and then the FAQ erratas come out afters. So we have a certain, period of grace as it concerns our need to, to factor those into our conversations. But this time around, they are very firmly out there and or active at the time of recording.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like we are way behind on putting this episode out for the Codex, because it feels like the Votann have been out for ages, right? But actually, this Codex, the actual Codex of the non-limited edition version, has only been out a couple of weeks. And that's why we're doing the episode now, because we didn't get hold of the limited edition box set, unlike the Guard, where we'd be doing a review henceforth as soon as we can. So it feels like this one's been sort of weirdly long overdue, but it's the earliest we've actually been able to do it because we don't get sent review copies.
No. We've probably made that point before, or we will make it later. I can't remember where we were thinking about.
I think so. Probably in the outro.
Probably in the outro.
Timey wimey. I guess it's probably also worth noting that this is the first new faction. I mean, it's also an old faction, like Gene Stealer Cult. New old faction in 40k in quite a while. So this is all brand new content. All the art is new. It's not stuff that we've seen in a previous edition. And in terms of who they are, obviously we talk about them being space dwarves, but they're a bit more than that. They're like a conglomerate of corporations. They're very similar to Caradron in space. They have the Caradron Overlord sort of vibe where they're prospectors, miners. They do things for money. They are sort of an update on the old squats. But I think they've sort of thread the narrative very well in terms of referencing some of the old stuff. Like when squats got squatted and apparently got eaten by Tyranids, that was just one of the, the leagues of Votann, one of them, basically. And what's interesting is the Votann is the big robotic head that is almost like a super STC, I want to call it. It's like a big brain of artificial intelligence. The dwarves, squats, are actually called kin. That's how they refer to themselves. So it's interesting that, the Codex isn't named after the race whatsoever. It's, named after the groups of factions that they actually form, if that makes sense.
Sort of, yes. I think you did a well enough job of explaining the social strata of the leagues of Votann.
They're clones, but sort of clones. They're in clone skins, and the way I think it's been described is, I would say they're more genetically engineered for a purpose, and they put out a batch. So I guess they repurpose clone DNA to create a batch of kin for whatever purpose they need, and that's like the family. That basically the families are all based on which batch of clones you're from, in effect. But their technology all ties back to ye old Imperium from a long time ago, but their technology is a lot better than the current Imperium technology. So there's lots of nods and references to stuff that you would see in the Tau army, like ion weapons, or the Guard, or even Admech and Space Marine army, but better, basically.
I just want to say the artwork on page 7 is tremendous. If this was or aspects of this were put on the cover, it would have been 5 stars.
Yeah, this is the one that did the rounds a while back, because the bottom left-hand corner is like an update of the old 2nd edition squats, when in fact they were called Space Dwarfs, because it's like the old flak armor and the bubbly helmet with the shades. So that's a really cool like little nod, and the guy sort of behind him is still one of him, but actually weirdly I think looks a lot more like the squats, I wouldn't say prospectors from Necromunda, because obviously they're riffing off of that sort of similar vibe of the bubble helmets and sunglasses. And yeah, it's sort of showing different factions within the Votann, and they look really cool. Like there's a female squat in like a camo painted armor, with a plasma dagger of some sorts, a plasma knife. And the way it's been drawn just makes it look amazing. And I think they can't just replicate that in plastic, unfortunately, to give it a bit more of a... it's like the broken lightsaber, right, from the current trilogy of Star Wars. Was it not Ren's? Yes, Ren.
Kylo Ren.
Kylo Ren, yeah, like, you know how his sword's all a bit wobbly, and you can see it's not just, nice and smooth. It's got a bit of almost like flame to it, and it's like hers is like that. It's like it feels like it's a bit more unstable.
I think the image of the old school squat is tremendous. I think the image of the current Leagues of Votann kin jumping up behind an orc and seemingly pointing a gun towards the back of his skull. Everything here is incredible. Like, in a way, if this was better realized, I think the thing is, what it tells me is that I think that from a design perspective, I definitely lean more towards that kind of old school style visual. I think if we had realized this guy in the bottom left here in a modern range, I think that would have probably been slightly more exciting. But that being said, whether that is the case or not is possibly uncertain, because I tell you, every single image in this selection makes the range look cool. It's probably the best thing I've seen so far for Leagues of Votann in terms of...
I suspect the person that did this is the guy who does our favourite covers, because it looks very similar in style. And I have to say, the way I've always looked at, when we've looked at the models and then when we looked at the artwork, I've always just gone, the artwork just looks better. Like, I am like, if it was almost, if the models were closer to how the art was visualized, I would like the range more, which sounds stupid because quite often they are like for like, but I think it's just the proportions. It's a bit more like true scale rather than hero scale, or there's something about them that just doesn't quite translate as well to a mini, unfortunately.
This is the thing they do. Even as you turn the page over to page 9 and you see the setup with, again, very similar kind of shot where you've got the Lord character with his axe up in the air and they're fighting mids in the background. That is an infinitely better image than what they've put on the cover. There's just so much more artwork in this that would have been better. It's a shame that they settled on the cover artwork that they've settled on, because it's by far and away one of the more generic, underwhelming images that they've got in this book. Which is a shame, because genuinely there's some stunning artwork in here that does a really beautiful job of bringing this range to life. And I think, when you look at these things, it's truly incredible, the sort of quality and standards that Games Workshop can achieve when it comes to this sort of artwork. And I think, I'm legitimately impressed with some of the stuff I'm seeing in this. So yeah, to be disappointed by the cover is additionally disappointing when within the pages of the book there are images that just seem so much better suited to getting you to sort of pay attention. But look, I mean, this is a Codex review, so we will no longer procrastinate over the pictures necessarily, although I guess actually just one last thing, is there any kind of particular points you wanted to make about the sort of design decisions that they've got within this book? It's intriguing to me that they kind of have gone for slightly different designs for each of the different sort of types of units. So every unit has its own kind of specific boundaries, or rather its framing is done sort of specifically. So some are using kind of very kind of old school Norse style framing, and then others are much more kind of sci-fi-esque, and then some have, you know, that kind of actual sort of Leagues of Votann faces, and then others have androidy, robot-y, drone-y faces. So there's quite a lot of nice little design cues within it. But then there are also really strange ones, like, for example, I've just turned to page 90, and for no reason at all, they've got "The ancestors are watching" written in this ridiculous, like, bold font that doesn't really look like anyone was really trying. It's like...
Yeah, I mean, they've got that throughout, actually. Again, they've got it on page 49, which is the detachment abilities. The bit I don't like, actually, is the sort of almost... I wouldn't say calligraphic? Calligraphy handwriting one, because it is literally unreadable. That's the bit I find a bit more perturbing than the big bold, because a lot of their stuff is very like bold corporation design. You know, you get vibes of like Wayland Yutani, or you know, proper like 70s 80s sci-fi vibe for the logo design and stuff, and I think they've gone for a similar sort of font in that respect. But I could also understand why you'd say it just looks a bit generic as well.
Yeah, but nonetheless, I don't necessarily, from a design perspective, put this a very kind of super high standard. I think we've had better looking codexes, but it's fine. It's functional, and again, the book is sort of laid out in a perfectly acceptable style. We basically do still have Crusade rules before we get into the data sheets, but intriguingly, unless I am gravely mistaken, and I'm going to just make 100% sure
there are a bunch of army-wide rules just before.
Oh, okay. So this is
it's the return to the normal format, as I sort of suspected. The Chaos Codex was a blip on the radar.
Yeah, the Chaos Demon Codex, which got brownie points for having both gorgeous artwork but also an incredible layout. So far, the Codex of the edition, in my opinion, in terms of its overall structure. I think Mechanicas still take number one for the cover. With Genestealer Cult in close contention, but I think in terms of overall functional layout of a book, I'm giving my number one spot to Chaos Demons at the moment.
Oh, no, that's fair enough.
They've also got my favourite rules of this edition, I'd say, as well. I think Chaos Demons so far.
Yeah, it was quite simplified. Yeah,
I love it. It's like, this is a Khorne demon. What is it? It's a Khorne demon. What if I make it a Khorne demon of Corny Khorne? There is no Khorne demons of Corny Khorne. They're just Khorne demons. Oh, okay. That's great. Yes. Please, going forward. Good God. Anyway, let's get into detachment abilities, because that's going to basically form the bulk of the beginnings of the conversation. So it won't surprise you that you can only take one of an HQ choice, I imagine, and troops are OBSEC, but let's read it. Votann detachments gain the Heroes of Oathband. Oathband? Oathband? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, you would have thought it'd be Oathbound, but it's Oathband.
Okay, or like Oathbond, I would have assumed maybe, but Oathband, fine. They gain the Heroes of Oathbound ability. Votann units in Votann detachments gain the League custom ability, and Herfricic Warriors and Herfricic Pioneers units in Votann.
Halfkin and Hernkin.
Oh, I apologise. Herfkin and Heinkin, not Herkikin. Thank you. There you go. Getting my dyslexia sorted there. Anyway, things that aren't just troops gain OBSEC, so it's not as generic as a troop choice gains OBSEC. It's two specific units, which I assume one might be troops and one might not be, because I'm pretty confident these guys just have one troops choice, right?
Yeah, they do, which was sort of unusual when I spotted that. But almost a nice change, because that's kind of what it should be.
Trying to think, I feel like there was one other army in the world of Warhammer 40,000 that only has one troop choice, but it was a relative anomaly, but I can't remember what it is now. I imagine it's probably Custodes or something. Or I know even those now have Sisters of Silence, Persecutors, the bolter ones as troops as well. What other army has one troops choice?
See, this is the sort of thing that should go on Richard's end-of-year quiz.
Well, potentially, assuming that Codex came out this year, which it would have done. It's Leagues of Votann. Boosh, we know the answer.
Indeed.
Yeah, I can't think. I feel like there was one, but anyway, it doesn't matter. Fine. So, intriguingly, here we go, yes. You can only include a maximum of one cowl model in this detachment. Fine, there it is.
Yeah, so that is the hero of the Oath Band ability. So, fine. Yeah.
So, as I correctly asserted,
is the commander that we could
one commander and troops and something else get OPSEC. Fair. And then League Customs, all Votann units with this ability and all the models in them gain the League Custom, so long as every Votann unit in your army is from the same league. The custom gain depends upon which league they are from.
So the normal, you gain special rules for being a sub-faction, and then basically if you don't select a specific sub-faction, you get to customize your army from the established league, is what it's called, which is your pick and mix of special rules, basically.
And these guys definitely aren't Imperium now, right? They're not anything to do with that anymore.
Yeah, I think that Xenos isn't a keyword, but yeah, Imperium isn't a keyword.
Oh, so they're not Xenos nor Imperium.
Well, no, they would be Xenos, but there is no Xenos keyword, right? Because that isn't a faction keyword that they ever have. So, but they are technically Xenos, so they will appear as Xenos on the Games Workshop website.
Yes, that's fair.
So that's where they will sit. So yeah, they have ties to the Imperium, but they're not an actual, Imperial army of any kind, which I think is sort of one of the main differences, because I think in second edition they were much more closely tied to the Imperial Guard than they are now.
Do we need to talk about any other rules before we talk about the specific leagues? I assume there are a bunch of additional rules before we...
Yes, there are tons of special rules, plus actual special weapon types as well. So if you go to page 86...
Goes to page 86.
Yeah, obviously you got the league keyword, which explains the sub-faction. Yeah, you got weapon profiles, so you get the hunter weapons. Basically, if you've got Hunter 1, you do 1 shot. If you've got Hunter 3, you do 3 shot. It is effectively a non-rapid fire, non-heavy weapon. So you can move and shoot, and you just always shoot the number of shots that's listed on the profile. Which is odd, because I mentioned this ages ago when we were talking about some of the previewed rules. It's like, I'm surprised this isn't a generic weapon profile in the game, because it seems like it should be. Because actually, every weapon is heavy, assault, or rapid fire, beyond things like pistols, and that actually feels very odd.
And grenades,
and grenades, obviously, yes. But there's no like just. Yeah, God, okay, yes, there are others now. But out of the main ones, there isn't just a generic. You just do 1 shot or whatever. It's always got like a special rule on top of it. Whereas this one is almost like the most generic of them all. But in a way, it's kind of good, I guess. But obviously, you can't obviously advance and shoot with it because it's not an assault weapon and you don't gain any extra shots. But I think on average, you probably get more shots than, a rapid fire if you weren't rapid firing. If that makes sense. So you probably have a higher number of shots overall and it doesn't matter what the range is. Yeah,
that's fair. What was I going to say to you? Do you feel like there's any specific reason why the U and N in this particular weapon type have to be slightly smaller font, and then in the rest of the instances lowercase?
I think it's because it's almost like meant to be like I want to say not an anagram. but the other one, like NASA, like it means something, right? It's
Gotcha.
not just acronym. That's it. I knew it also began with an A. Yeah, I presume it's something like that, but also they're trying to emphasize that it's hunter. 'Cause it's basically the word hunter, but with a funny, Twitter
funny
style spelling or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there are abilities, but we could skip over them to talk about the other weapon option.
Let's do that. Let's stick to the weapons for a minute.
So you got Magna Rail. Each time you shoot with a weapon, it gets to do two things. One of them is invulnerable saves can't be taken against it, which is huge, right? That's very good. And then an unmodified wound roll of a 6. Excess damage from that weapon inflicts isn't lost. Instead, it just rolls over. So if you're doing, let's say, damage 6, and you're hitting a unit of 1 wound infantry models, normally just one guy would die. But now, if you get a wound roll of a 6, 6 guys are going to die because it just spills over. A bit like mortal wounds or damage in Age of Sigmar, because that works in the same way. This does actually stack with, and maybe this is why the ability was pointed beforehand. So Eye of Ancestor is the judgment token system. And originally, before it was FAQ'd, one of the judgment rules was like an attack of a 6 automatically wounds, and that to wound counts as a 6 for all other rules purposes, which is where some of the broken rules sort of came to light, because basically a Magna Rail's a really good gun. It ignores invuln saves, and it's normally like a high damage like 6, and it's always going to spill over if you comboed it with the judgment tokens. So that's something to bear in mind, that is now fixed, I guess, let's say, so you can't do it.
That was the specific, that was basically the only FAQ errata thing they got, wasn't it? The rest of it was just points changes.
Yes. Yeah, I think so.
So the specific wording is, but we'll get into it because we're talking about the Eye of the Ancestors. In fact, we'll talk about it when we get into Eye of Ancestors.
Yeah, there's still one more weapon which is hidden away in a box. Yeah. It's the beam weapon, which is, again, is a weapon that we've sort of seen in other things and, psychic powers and stuff. You basically draw a straight line from one target to the next, and all units within that line get hit, which seems to be quite straightforward. I think there's a slight difference, though. It says when a vehicle model makes an attack with beam weapons that targets an enemy unit in engagement range, it's only against that unit. So a beam weapon in combat basically can't hit other things that aren't in combat, which is sensible. So that seems like a good quality of life thing.
No, decent. It's weird, isn't it, that they broke out the beam weapons and give it specific diagrams and things. I do understand that they need to kind of break it out from a design perspective to incorporate all of the beam affiliated rules within a section. So ultimately, it's immediately obvious to you that this sort of resides within that section. But it is always interesting when they have this kind of design philosophy from a kind of book layout perspective, and then they kind of break with convention at various points. Now, again, I'm not criticizing it. I'm just saying it's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I would have done the main beam rule in the normal sort of plain background with everything else, and the breakout box would have just been the examples. Because I think normally that's how they would do it. I'm pretty sure how it's done in things like Horus Heresy rulebook. So it's actually a bit confusing because you almost glance over the beam rule because you just think, oh, it's just an example. Yeah, it's probable that you could miss it, but then I suppose at some point, even if you did miss it and you're reading the rules for certain weapons and it says, oh, this is a beam, you go, I didn't see the rules for a beam, and then you'll go back and be like, oh, there it is. So, maybe not the most streamlined or consistent to user journey, but one that will eventually end up with you understanding what the heck it is. It's intriguing that they've given them no less than, 3 different new weapon types. I do like that about the current edition, that they're able to add things and that the game is so open source now that you can essentially just plug any mechanic you want into it and it will just facilitate it.
I mean, I like it in the sense that it offers you freedom as a rules writer to create new things and do stuff. I don't like it in the case of trying to create balance or even kind of, create consistency. I think these are the kind of things that, to me, feel like they should be baked into your core rule set. You should have a core rule set and a set of weapons that can facilitate a number of variables. So to me, it feels logical that if across the span of a game you need a weapon that can perform some of these specific actions, i.e. a heavy weapon type that can fire regardless of moving, multiple shots and blah, blah, blah with no penalty. I mean, at the moment, you do have an assault weapon, but then an assault weapon means that you could advance. So it has other kind of things with it that you have to then sort of navigate around. But then if you had certain core rules that you could deal with, so say, for example, it's Heavy 2, feels to me that there should have been, maybe rather than reinventing the wheel, you just make it that the character has an ability that neutralizes the effect. It feels odd that you make a weapon that does it rather than just putting a rule on the unit to do it.
I mean, it'll be interesting to see where the hunter weapons are. Like, if they're predominantly on vehicles, you could argue that they could have just been heavy weapons, right? Because they ignore the negative effects of the heavy anyway. If they're predominantly on infantry, then yeah, it kind of makes sense, because if you've got to have like a stipulation that they ignore it everywhere, maybe that would get a bit tiresome. Or it's probably just done to be like, it's making a statement of purpose that these aren't heavy weapons. They are, they might actually be very lightweight weapons. So therefore we need to describe them in a different way, even if they function very similar to heavy weapons with the ignore heavy weapon exception, which you see everywhere in the game. Likewise, the Magna Rail effectively just ignores invuln saves, and yeah, it's got a splash over damage bit as well, but that could just be a special rule ability baked onto the profile. But the ignore invuln bit, if we were having, special rules, that were, like Horus Heresy or, older editions like 6th and 7th edition, where you've got these universal special rules, it's like, yeah, ignore invuln would just be one of them, and whatever's called a Magna Rail would just have that ability added onto it, right? So I think in older editions, they because of the universal special rules, they had ways of they did have ways of customizing beyond it's a rapid fire, it's assault, it's a heavy weapon. But yeah, it's kind of cool that we are seeing these new weapon types, and it's a very good visual way of, showing us that the Votann technology is very different from all the others by creating these new weapon types. But yeah, maybe in 10th edition, let's say, all these extra weapon types like Daka and stuff will be just in the core rulebook, but then maybe they won't be, because they want to keep that as streamlined as possible. And if those things are only unique to a couple of races, then do they really need to be there?
It's a fair point. As I say, I kind of like it because I like the nature of the fact that you can be expressive as a rules writer, designer. But then I also have my concerns about it because it inevitably creates a lot of weird and strange variables that I feel like, it's always an interesting thing. I think when you start introducing, again, it's that, that kind of overbearing sort of cognitive load that you're putting onto players when you start to introduce new weapon types and all the rest of it. And it's always like that thing where it's like, because maybe this is one of those classic examples of old men yell at clouds, but there was something quite sophisticated, I thought, or not sophisticated, just was something quite familiar about being able to go, that's an assault weapon, that does this, that's a rapid fire weapon, that does this, which is essentially how it's been up until the Orc book, right? Like up until Orcs of 9th edition, we were still following the sort of tried and true methodology of these are the suite of weapons. It wasn't until Orcs came along that they went, oh, actually, no, we're just going to start adding things in. And we've seen it now more and more. I mean, that is obviously additionally, exemplified within things like the void armor rule that they've got, which is basically armor of contempt, right? Except
it's even better than armor of contempt, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'll read it just for the sake of reading it. Each time an attack is made against each unit, your opponent cannot reroll the wound roll and cannot reroll the damage roll. I mean, that's big. And also you're basically getting Armor of Contempt, which is +1 to your armor save, essentially. So effectively...
Well, it's -1 to the AP.
-1
+1 is slightly different.
Yeah. Apologies.
But when there's no AP, of course, yeah.
Yeah, so if you're being shot with AP dash, you'll still be rolling against your free up save, but if you're getting shot with AP1, you're still going to be rolling a free up save. It's a very powerful mechanic, and the fact they've layered that with not being able to reroll wounds against them or being able to reroll damage against them is pretty massive.
Yeah, I think I had a look through, and I think everything has void armor.
Yeah.
Even the semi-naked berserkers, which are topless.
Yeah.
Even the Grimnir, who I guess looks like he's just wearing robes, or she, because there's an alternative head. But I guess they're wearing their void armor underneath. But yeah, that is on everything, and that is on the vehicles, which I think is incredibly huge, because it's like, when do you save a damage roll is when you want to, you're shooting at something with a las cannon, right? And you roll a 1 or a 2, and you're like, okay, let's try and re-roll that to get a 5 or a 6. So against vehicles, not being able to re-roll the damage roll, I think is going to be pretty big. And then just not being able to re-roll the wound roll nullifies a lot of unit abilities, army-wide abilities. I don't know, re-rolling wound rolls is very rare, but the ability to do it is very strong. Because it's rare.
It's not super rare, but yeah, I think the steady advance rule as well is what it is. I think it's interesting that they've basically been very specific about the fact you can't impede their movement, but essentially they only advance 3 inches. But in a way, actually knowing that you're going to advance 3 inches every turn is on balance better than rolling a d6 because of the consistency. I think it would have been nicer if they had just made it that they roll D3. I think D3 advance would have been better.
Yeah, maybe rolling it, because if on average you're going to roll a 1 or a 2, it's like you probably just won't advance because of the negatives of advancing. So yeah, basically they've got 2 abilities, one of which is no characteristics to their movement can be modified. So things like going over dangerous terrain, or psychic powers that affect your movement and stuff like that, which is pretty big. It's very similar to what Death Guard's got, and I presume it's also because they've got a movement of 5 on the most part, which is very similar to a lot of the Death Guard. So when something's slow, the designers have deliberately gone, we don't want to have anything else slowing them down as well, because otherwise they're just not getting across the board or doing anything. And yeah, the other thing is when they advance, they do basically flat 3 inches, which I think is good. But as you say, maybe that's could be too good. But
yeah, I think so.
I think if it was anything else, it'd almost be too bad.
Well, not when you factor in the fact that you can't have it impacted by any effects, right? I think that's a strong ability. So I feel like if you just went, it's D3, but you won't ever have to suffer any penalties to that. I think that is a more compelling argument than again, I appreciate where they've landed with it. A unit with, an 8-inch move is not an especially big move, within the confines of modern 40k.
No, true.
And that's based on them advancing, right? So fair enough, but I don't know. I think it's always an interesting thing that they do with these kind of rules. But I don't hate it. I just feel like it's an interesting combo. Especially, I mean, ultimately they're bikes, who I assume are the ones that will have the keyword accelerated. Always move a flat 6 as well, which is pretty much in keeping with most bikes. So that's fine.
Here's an interesting question. Where is the... Oh, no, it's surely under... I was going to say, where's the rule that says you can't shoot after you've advanced? I presume that's in the just movement rules, right? Not the weapon profile. So actually, things like the hunter weapon can't advance and shoot. because it doesn't, not because it didn't say it in its profile, but because it says it in the, what happens when you advance rule.
Yeah, so I believe the assault weapon rule is done
overrides that basically.
Override that, yeah. So it's like, so I believe the wording around assault weapons is that the assault weapon, you can fire an assault weapon even if you advance, but at -1 ballistic skill, or -1 to hit rather. So that's a rule that kind of negates the normal advance rule. So yeah, that's how that works basically. Anyways, shall we talk about Eyes of the Ancestors, the controversial aspect of this that has been FAQ'd. So apparently we need to address paragraph 5 at some point, but I'll let you read the rest of it before we get to paragraph 5.
Okay, yeah, so if every unit in your army has a Votann keyword and is from the same league, except unaligned ones, then enemy units gain judgment tokens to a maximum of 3 throughout the battle. So there's 3 things that they can do to gain the judgment tokens. Each time an enemy unit destroys a Votann unit from your army, they gain a judgment token. Each time they successfully complete an action or psychic action, they gain 1 judgment token. And at the end of each of your opponent's turns, you can select 1 enemy unit within range of an objective marker that your opponent controls, and that unit gains a judgment token. So they're basically like the freebie ones that happen automatically, but there are loads of other abilities and like relics and warlord traits that can also do it. If a unit with judgment token is removed from battle because it goes in a transport, you just make a note of it and it gains that back. If 2 units combine, so I'm summarizing here now, if two units combine for whatever reason, then the unit with the highest number of judgment tokens, that gets applied to the new squad. And if a unit combat squads, both units get the original number of judgment tokens. Hold on, 1, 2, 3. I think that takes us up to paragraph 4. Paragraph 5 is each time a Votann model, excluding cog models, which are like the AI little robots, from your army makes an attack against a unit that has 1 or more judgment tokens, apply the applicable bonus from the table below. So we've got priority target identified, which is judgment token of 1. On an unmodified hit roll of a 6, that attack automatically wounds the target. And as I said before, it also counts as a 6, or did auto count as a 6 to wound for all rules purposes that talk about what happens when you roll on a 6 to wound, like the Magna Rail. So if you have 2 judgment tokens, you're an eminent threat, so an unmodified of a 5+. It does specifically state if the attack is successful, so you don't automatically hit. You've still got, if you've got like a poor ballistic skill or some minus to hit modifiers, you could actually miss, and therefore it still wouldn't take effect. But so it does say if it successfully hits the target, it also automatically wounds. And then likewise, if you've got 3 judgment tokens, now we've got a grudge to settle is what this is called, which is on a 4+. If you hit, then you automatically wound the target. So 3 judgment tokens to potentially auto wound on a 4+ to hit is super strong.
Yeah, I mean, the 5th paragraph now is amended, so just to state it, note if an attack automatically wounds the target as a result of this ability, then for the purposes of any other rules that are triggered on a particular wound roll, that attack is never considered to have been made with an unmodified wound roll of 6. So essentially, where it got silly before, as we understand it, is that there were obviously these synergies. You only need to look at the Magna Rail and assert that obviously if you rolled an unmodified wound roll of 6, you were ignoring invulns. So obviously when you were resolving an automatic wound as a result of a grudge token, that was then becoming resolved as a 6 and then ignoring invulns. So you essentially were rolling a bunch of d6 and on 4+, were automatically wounding. And the assertion, I believe, before was that those 4+, were considered to be unmodified wound rolls of 6. In fact, they definitely were.
So it was really easy. Well, I say really easy. It was quite possible that you could easily, have a decent chance of hitting a unit and it always counting, automatically wounding to start off with, and then also triggering the 6+ ability where you're doing splash damage on the Magnum Rail. I thought I'd read somewhere where the judgment tokens reset at the end of the turn, but clearly that's not the case. And I think that was one of the reasons why I thought, oh, it's not that bad. Because all judgment tokens reset every turn, therefore you're only going to have maybe 1 or 2 units that are going to have any judgment tokens on them, let alone like stacks of judgment tokens on them. Fact is that that's not the case. So it basically means towards the end of the game, you're going to be auto wounding all over the place.
Yeah.
On
I mean, points have been upgraded to try and adjust and address this. And a lot of people in the competitive team will tell you that Leagues of Votann are slow and they are very bad at the secondaries, right? They basically have bad secondaries, or rather they're bad at the secondaries. So the competitive team will tell you that it's okay because they don't win games, because they don't play the mission especially well, and they're slow. Fair enough. However, right, remove the bleeding edge hardcore community from the equation for a moment. This is and was and remains one of the dumbest examples of rules constructed by Games Workshop in a while. It is a absurdly powerful set of mechanics that, okay, fine, might not have the overall, tools to win tournaments because of, again, the inability to efficiently play secondaries and their slow mobility. But outside of the context of bleeding edge tournament play, this is silly. And what they've essentially created here is very, very strong. Even with these changes to the unmodified 6 conundrum, the fact that these guys are just shooting off guns that are auto wounding on 4+ to hit in some instances is just starting to seem absurd. And it surprises me that the Games Workshop's rules writing team have put a mechanic in play like this that is as strong as this. Okay, fine. Isn't necessarily tearing up the top end of the meta because of the points that we've already addressed. But still, very, very intriguing that they felt like this was the mechanic that they wanted to kind of utilize, and that was something that they felt like was gonna work within the ecosystem of the game, especially with armies like knights and other things. And it's just an absurd level of strength to this ability that I'm surprised they didn't catch in development.
Yeah, because didn't it start off with the Admech stratagem, which basically did the same thing, and that obviously got fixed. But then actually, weirdly, they've now rolled back to it, so it's still available. And they've, in the previewed rules for Guard, some of the, I think one of the regiment abilities does the same thing. Admittedly, well, I guess firstly, there was Hammer of Wrath, which is a balanced status sheet rule, which to make current Guard competitive, a hit roll of a 6 automatically wounds. And then actually that is now one of the, regiment abilities as well. So they've still kept it, but it is only on a 6. But as you say, it is a bit bonkers when you think basically like mass las guns can be quite easily wounding things like knights, which sort of seems odd. I
think at the end of the day, I understand that it's a mechanic that they like and it's something that they're layering into armies. I think obviously in its original form and how it comboed with certain weapons was just silly. And now ultimately that they've adjusted the points. Again, League of Votann players are going to struggle to win lots of tournaments, but I'm sure they're doing fine because they are just so oppressive in terms of their output. But again, mobility is so hugely important to competitive play. But then saying that, they do have access to OBSEC bikes by the sounds of things. So, it doesn't sound like they've got too hard a time getting that stuff done. So, yeah, it's interesting. It's an interesting conundrum. I am surprised that Games Workshop thought that this was the right way to to roll out the rules for a new
Yeah,
army.
I mean, I think the token mechanic is quite a good one in and of itself, like, because they're dwarves, right, that hold grudges, and that is represented by, if your opponent is doing something good or well with that unit, it's going to have a grudge against it, in effect, and you get a bonus against it, like when you're shooting at it. But yeah, I think the to hit roll auto wounds is probably the wrong mechanic to go about it. Like, it could have been something else. I mean, I think they've done something similar with the Gene Stealer Cult. If you're effectively doing like a pincer movement, you get bonuses to your shooting. I think one of them's like it strips off cover, but it has a 1, 2, 3 aspect to it as well. So I guess they wanted something a bit unique. I do find when you auto hit on a 6 and when you hit on a 6 and you auto wound, it suddenly makes Overwatch crazy good. It just ups your efficiency because you only ever hit on a 6, and then every hit roll, successful hit roll auto wounds. That to me, I always find a bit of a dislocation in terms of what should be happening versus what does happen, and it suddenly just just makes it madness. I say
it just impacts kind of core constructs of the rule set, right? Like, as long as we've been playing this, you roll a hit, you roll a wound, they roll a save. You take any part of that equation out, you are greatly increasing the odds of that, the efficiency of that unit. And to have done it the way they did it initially was silly. The way that they've tried to address it now seems fine. As I say, it doesn't seem like, at least from my conversations with those I know in the competitive scene and my own experiences of them in that sense, that they're too oppressive in that regard, but they're definitely not, a scary prospect for a lot of people, and they are definitely having an interesting impact on the overall kind of meta of the game. It was funny, really, because I attended a tournament recently, and we were talking about the impact Votann have had on the sentiment towards the game. And that's one of the things I find really interesting as well, is that, amongst the really hardcore competitive scene, they kind of assert that that they're not that great. But my point is always that it feels like the damage is done at this point. I think people are probably less inclined to engage in the competitive game of 40k because of situations like this. And Games Workshop are kind of creating a bit of a rod for their own back, because rules go out there in the world and people just react to them like, what the heck, because they're so strong, and then it kind of reduces people's enthusiasm to engage with this, because people are just convinced they're just going to get blown away by
but it was an interesting case, because the rules came out in the special edition box set. Even before that box had really come out, all the sort of the talking heads, the influencers online, or people discussing the rules, because the rules had been leaked in the competitive threads and stuff, were all saying how overpowered it was, pretty much before anyone had even had a chance to playtest it. And I sort of get why Games Workshop sort of wanted to address it. There's two arguments, right? Did they need to react to it? Should they have just stuck with their guns and go let it play out? Sort of a bit like how AdMech, right? AdMech got a massive nerf when they came out because they were really powerful Codex. All of those nerfs in the balance state have been undone because the power level of that Codex is in line with all the other codexes that have kind of come out since. So it's sort of, in the long game, all worked out fine. But in the immediacy of when that codex came out, it was busted, and they felt like they had to do something to fix it. And maybe the same is with Votann. Maybe it was an initial overreaction. Maybe not, though. Maybe it was all legitimate criticism. But as you say, I think a lot of people were scared of the prospect of playing them without even actually having played them, just because everyone's talking about it, and that was the thing that got addressed. And actually, since then, Games Workshop, weirdly for AOS, so in the AOS equivalent of a balanced data slate, they basically said limited edition boxes that don't have a separate codex release aren't, tournament legal, because it's fair that basically one that, probably an FAQ will come out pretty soon after, but also everyone has access to that codex. And that was, probably off the back of tournaments around the world, like in Germany, effectively saying they were going to ban the Votann codex because it was too overpowered until it got addressed. And, maybe that'll be something going forwards just in general. So maybe the Guard codex, when it comes out in the limited edition box set, won't actually be tournament legal for a few more months until next year when the standard edition of that codex comes out.
Yeah, I'd be in favour of that. I think as a competitive community or even just a gaming community, we should, strive towards achieving a certain level of consistency within our kind of competitive scene. And I 100% support the statement that we would, want to, support an idea that, armies that haven't had enough time to kind of percolate need time to settle before we label them to really kind of take place in the competitive set, especially in the instances where they are limited. Now, admittedly, they're never that limited because you can always get this stuff, but at the same time, it's the barrier to entry to access them, right? If you want to play the Guard Codex now, you have to buy the whatever. How much was the Guard box?
I think from Games Workshop it was 120. From Element Games, I think it was 96.
So, I mean, if you take it at its official pricing, you've got to pay an additional £95 premium to access it early. Right now, you get a bunch of models of that, admittedly, but you are essentially increasing that codex cost from like 25, 30 to 120.
Yeah,
So
I mean, you do
increasing
get, so when the Votann Codex came out in the special edition, obviously all those rules appeared in the Warhammer app. Obviously, the extra, unit abilities and stuff is still locked, but the generic profiles are all still available to everyone, in theory. I say everyone that I guess has the app, and there is a free version of the app. You don't need to be a subscriber, I guess.
There is, but you don't get access to those basic data slates.
Don't you?
I don't think so, no.
I'm not, because it's been a while since I've not subscribed. I'm not entirely sure, but that might be the case, yeah.
Well, I'm not a subscriber currently, but I own everything in it, so it's difficult for me to gauge at this precise moment in time. But that might not be true. There might be some... Anyway, it's not worth me doing the experiment. But what was I going to say? What was I going to say? There were words in my head, but they've all left me. No, that'll do. All right, fine. So we've addressed that side of things. We get it. It was super strong once upon a time. Still is now. Again, maybe people are a bit more accepting of it at this stage, but I would assert the damage is done. I think, people are now at a point where they're a little bit less enamored with where we're at presently, or at least it feels that way, at least based on attendance that I've witnessed. But then also there are lots of extenuating circumstances with that, right? There are all sorts of things going on in the world now that impact people's desires to go out and play competitive games of 40k. But I've definitely observed a reasonable decrease in attendance since the post Leagues of Votann World. So I suppose it's easy with kind of, various biases to just be like, must be Leagues of Votann's fault. But maybe that isn't the case. But it definitely could be perceived that way.
Fair enough.
All right, let's move on to the leagues, I guess. I mean, that seems like the logical next step, doesn't it? Talking about the leagues. Are we going to do every one of the leagues, Phil? The leagues?
Well, you could argue that because it's new, we should, but I mean, I don't think we should necessarily go through every single bit of detail on all of them. I mean, it might be worth doing that for a couple, like probably the first one, because I assume that's like the main one, as is always in top billing.
Well, there's only 5 of them. Let's just do it. Let's just smash into it. So they've got their own thingy, warlord trait, stratagem, and relic. So take it away, Phil, with Greater Frun, or whatever they're called. Greater Frun.
Well, I was just going to say, it's worth pointing out, so you got the League Custom, which is like their core rule, but they also have, one of the abilities is Ancestral Judgment, and that one's only available if every unit from your army has the same league. So basically, you get the generic league custom if you're having like 2 detachments of 2 different leagues, but the Ancestral Judgment is only available if you've effectively got an army, a mono-faction, a mono-sub-faction army. So if your whole army's made up of one particular league. So I think that's...
So are you suggesting that this counteracts the current sort of precedent that you can only take the same thing anyway? Because I thought that was like a 40k thing now, that it's like you can't mix Ulfway with Votann, you can't mix Ultramarines with Imperial Fists.
That's the Grand Tournament Pack rule.
Oh, of
where
course.
if you have a bracket keyword, you can only have one of them.
That's correct.
That excludes things that have preset keywords written out. So, you know, your Blood Angels, special characters and stuff like that. They're weirdly exempt from those rules. But yeah, this is basically, I guess, another reason to do a mono subfaction army rather than mix and match, which has been popular in the past.
It has been. So not only are you getting the benefits of something, you're getting extra bits as well. Lovely stuff.
Yeah, let's check them out. It's the Greater Furian League. So the league custom is Ruthless Efficiency. So customs with this models, excluding cog models, count as 2 models when determining control of an objective marker, or if they've got a wound characteristic of 10 or more, they count as 5. And then each time a unit with this custom is selected to shoot or fight, you can reroll 1 hit roll or 1 wound roll when making the unit's attacks, which is, you know, pretty good. Obviously, kind of useless against another Votann army, though.
Yeah, well, indeed. Well, you can still reroll the hit roll, which is something you can't always do against them. So
yes, no, that's true. That is true.
That's not terrible. Being able to count as 2 models, it's very strong. So good. They're like custodies.
Yes, it's even though they're so small, they are mighty.
They are wide.
Exactly. And then the Ancestral Judgment is each time a model, excluding cog models, there's a theme, with this custom makes an attack against a target that has 1 or more judgment tokens, that enemy unit is considered to have 1 more judgment token than it actually has, to a maximum of 3 when determining the bonuses. So that is super strong. Oh my god. So you only need 2.
I can already tell you this is dumb, isn't it? Anyway, carry on.
I mean, this will be the popular choice, I'm sure. So the Warlord trait, Pragmatic Wisdom, while the Warlord's on the battlefield, each time you spend a command point, roll a 5+, and it's refunded.
Goody.
I mean, you like super strong? Because a lot of people don't bother with these
It's
anymore.
very strong. It's the thing is, right, it's like, why do Games Workshop not understand? Because, again, we'll read the others, right? Maybe they're all strong. But my suspicion tells me, as per the Games Workshop model, there's this one that's got all the best stuff, and then there's other ones that have good stuff, but you're probably always going to come back to this because they have all the utility. It's always the way with these flipping books. It's like, why give me a choice when there isn't really a choice? You know, it's like literally just, it's okay.
Yeah,
cool.
the first one tends to be generically good.
Yes,
and then the others are thematically good, and then there's a couple that are thematically bad.
There is not a single thing in this current selection of abilities that is not good to very good. And in the case of the Ancestral Judgment, extraordinarily good.
Yes, yeah, because we've just pointed out how strong it is.
That's the thing. Like it's everything here is amazing already. So it's like, cool, great, cheers.
Yeah, because some abilities are like when you spend a stratagem, you can, you know, roll a dice and you might get 1 CP refunded. So if you spend a 3 CP strat, you roll dice and you get 1 CP back. Whereas if you, in this example, you actually roll 3 dice. And you've although saying that, it's still capped, right? Because of the
it's 1 per
Grand Tournament pack, so it's still 1 per battle round, isn't it?
No, not per battle round now, because you gain in multiple command phases. So I actually think it's not capped at all. I think in Grand Tournament settings you can just keep going.
I think refunding is different from gaining, though.
Oh, I don't know anymore, mate. Carry on.
Yeah. Okay, then we've got Appraising Glare, which is an epic deed stratagem for 1 CP. Use this stratagem when a Greater Thurian League Carl model, from your army uses the Grim Efficiency ability. The selected enemy unit gains 1 additional judgment token. Alright, let's quickly look at the unit to see actually what the Grim Efficiency ability is.
What do you want to bet? It's put a grudge token on that, and then it's like, okay, cool. I nominate you to have a grudge token, but now it's 2. Oh, and because I'm a thing, it's now 3.
Yeah, in your command phase, if every unit from your army is of the same league, excluding underlined, when you select 1 enemy unit that is visible to this model, you can just select 1 enemy unit. If you do so, that enemy unit gains 1 judgment token.
So basically with this army, whatever you point at now is on 3 judgment.
Yeah, that's for 1 CP.
Yeah, 1 CP.
You'll do that every turn.
Yeah,
and then on a 5+, you might get it back. I see the synergies already on this one. It's like
you don't even need to try with this book. It's crazy. I don't want to be too rude.
As you say, like the synergies are very obvious with this one. It's not like you need to. I mean, we haven't had to scour even the regular stratagems. We haven't even looked at the unit profiles yet to know. Well, this just seems good.
Yes.
Right, we've got one more. We've got the relic, Corvix Cuirass. Greater Furian League model. Only the bearer gains a 4+ invulnerable save. Each time an attack is allocated to bearer, the armor penetration is reduced by 1 to minimum, and it's cumulative with void armor ability. So effectively, they've got an ignore -2 AP and a 4-up invuln, which means, I mean, what's their base armor save going to be? A 3-up?
Probably
So
a 2-up, isn't it? If it's on a character.
For the Carl, I'd assume you would put it on them. Hold on, I'm flicking the pages.
Yeah.
Actually, is there a name? Oh, right. So I just realised it's the same model, but you've got a named character and a generic Carl. It's a 3-up save. And right, they've both got a 4-up invuln anyway, so I guess you don't want to put it on this person.
Something else you put it on specifically.
I guess you might do it on like Grimnir or the Iron Here champion who has a 2-up save and oh my god, he has no. Wait a second, he's got no invuln save, but he's also got exo armor, which is subtract 1 from damage characteristic. Okay, that's not AP. So yeah, you give it to him, the Iron Here champion, the double big fisty guy. He's got a 2-up save. He ignores up to -2, and then even when you get hit by something that -3, you've got a 4-up invuln.
Well, no, because at that point, if you're
it would only be
a 3. You still have a 3-up save. If you get shot with something that's -5, you still got a 4-up invuln.
No, if it's -4, that becomes -2. 2 becomes 4.
Which becomes a 4, which is 4 anyway.
Oh, well, that's true. Yes.
So basically, it's when those massive -5 weapons are flying around.
The burning blade from the Space Marines relic,
which is AP -4.
No, it's 5.
Is it? Is it AP -5? Yeah. I mean, are you thinking about it in the assault doctrine?
Possibly. No, I think it's -4.
Yeah, well, it would be. That's why I'm saying it's -4. You saying it's -5? But I'm assuming that's the assault doctrine.
It could be, because it did get used in the assault doctrine.
Well, anyway, well done. That's silly. Let's look at Trans-Hyperion Alliance. That's the next one while Phil works out what the Burning Blade is. Each time a model with this custom makes an attack. If that model's unit is below starting strength, add 1 to that attack's hit rolls. Great. Each time a model with this custom makes an attack on an unmodified revolver 60 armor penetration characteristic improved by 1. Great. Good God. Each time model with this... sorry. The Ancestor's Judgment. Each time model with this custom makes an attack against a target that has 1 or more judgment tokens. Reroll wound rolls of 1.
Rubbish against Votann.
Rubbish against Votann, but obviously strong in every other instance. Yep.
I guess their unmodified wound roll of 6 isn't as good now because it doesn't combo with the judgment tokens, and auto wounding. Auto hitting. No, it's auto wounding. Yeah. So it doesn't combo with that. And obviously that's what it was sort of designed to do. So it makes these less good.
We got a warlord trait.
Yeah, go on, carry on. Sorry.
Well, I'm just going to carry on through the thing. I don't unless you want me to stop talking about it.
No,
Move on.
no, go for it. Yeah.
No, you sure? Because I don't mind. It's just sort of irritating reading it. Anyway, all right. At the start of the first battle round, you can select up to 3 friendly Trans-Hyperion Alliance units wholly within your deployment zone. Remove those units from the battlefield, then set them up anywhere on the battlefield that is wholly within your deployment zone. If the mission... okay, so it's the start of the first battle round. Fine, so you can redeploy up to 3 units that are in your deployment zone.
That's pretty good.
And you can place them into strategic reserves if you so choose. The stratagem is Cult of Veneration, 1 CP. It is a battle tactic stratagem. Use the stratagem in any phase. A Trans-Hyperion Alliance model from your army would lose a wound as the result of a mortal wound until the end of the phase. Each time that model or another model in that unit would lose a wound as a result of a mortal wound, roll d6 on a 5+, that wound is not lost. It's all right. And then the relic is Corvus Deus, or Deus, I'll go with Deus. Add 1 to the wound characteristic of this unit's Corv models. I don't know what Corv is in the context of anything right now, but you add 1 to the wound characteristic of unit's Corv models. While the bearer's unit contains 1 or more Corv models, the bearer can attempt to deny 1. Oh, okay, fine. So this is specifically for that Psyker.
Yeah,
so isn't a Psyker but has robots.
Yeah, Grimnir has the Corv 2 bodyguards, right? So,
yes. Yeah.
I think they're the only ones because the others are kind of cogs and e-cogs.
So basically,
it's potentially just for him.
It just amplifies their psychic abilities by increasing denies by 1 and increasing casts by 1. I mean, that's good. It's not as good as the first one, as is the usual way of these, but it's still pretty strong. I mean, being able to add 1 to the attack hit rolls and improving armor penetration by 1, and then being able to reroll wound rolls of 1 is all very decent. But I think you're probably still looking at the first set of guys at the moment. But tell us about the next one, Phil.
Yeah, Kronos Hegemony. They've got battle prowess, so each time a unit with this custom fights, if it made a charge move, was charged, or performed a heroic intervention, add 1 to the attack's characteristics. So it's a Space Marine, and then each time it makes a melee attack after doing one of those things, i.e., charging, was charged, add 1 to the attacker's strength characteristic. So +1 attack, +1 strength on the charge. Really good, actually. Yeah. They've got Ancestral Judgment, so each time a model with this custom, excluding COG models, makes a melee attack against a target that has 2 or more Judgment tokens, the AP characteristic is improved by 1. Okay, that is also really good, especially if there are ways to stack the Judgment tokens. The Warlord trait is Exemplary Hero. Each time this Warlord fights, if it is within engagement range of an enemy character or monster unit, then that fight is resolved. Add 1 to the Warlord's attack characteristics. Each time the Warlord makes a melee attack, you can reroll the hit roll, and each time the Warlord makes a melee attack against an enemy character or monster, add 1 to the wound roll. So against characters and monsters, he gets +1 attack, +1 to wound, and against anything, he gets rerolls to hit. Which is really good. So that becomes, he's a brawler.
He's a brawler. He's a fighter.
He's, Ravia. We've now got Bloody Expectations for 1 CP battle tactic. Use a stratagem in the fight phase when a Kronos Hegemony unit from your army is selected to fight. Until the end of that phase, each time a model in that unit makes a melee attack, an unmodified hit roll of 6 scores 1 additional hit. I guess against a Judgment token, your obviously your first hit auto wounds, but your additional hit wouldn't auto wound because it's just an auto. It's an extra hit. It's not an extra hit that counts as a certain dice roll. So that's worth bearing in mind. But that's you can definitely stack on the number of attacks with that. And then the relic is the Just Blade. So it's a model with a four-drop plasma axe or dark star axe only. I presume that's one of the ones that like the Berserker has, or maybe the Carl has. Just replace the weapon profile, so it's a melee weapon, +1 strength, -4 AP, and 2 damage. And each time the attack is made, invulnerable saves can't be made against it. Well, that is a nice roll. So, yeah, that one seems pretty good. Yeah, I mean, if you like close combat, this is clearly the one to go for.
It's the fighty version, but you know what that means, Phil. You've got to take loads of those awful miniatures, so probably not.
Oh, what, the Berserkers?
Yeah. The Abaddon's homeworld, not Abaddon, sorry.
Yes, the Chthonian.
Yes, Chthonian, yes. Horus's homeworld.
Yeah, Chthonian Berserkers. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind them. I knew you weren't a huge fan of them.
They're awful. I'm sure their rules are amazing, but they look terrible. The next one is the Ymir Conglomerate. I think that's how we're pronouncing it. At least that's how I've done it.
The red ones.
The red ones, yes. They are Master Armorers. Add 4 to the range characteristic of all ranged weapons, excluding relics. Models with this custom are equipped. Models in a unit with this custom that have a save characteristic of 2+, gain a 4+ invulnerable save. Other models in that unit with the custom gain 5+ invulnerable save.
Wow. That is
okay.
Mad good.
Right, okay.
So everyone in your army has a 5+ save, like invuln.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Great. Ancestral Judgment. Each time models of this custom, excluding clogs, makes a ranged attack that targets a unit within half range. Bearing in mind they add 4 to the range, so whatever half would be normally +2. That target has 1 more judgment token. If they're within half range, the target is treated as if it has 1 more judgment token. The armor penetration characteristic of that is intact. If they have a judgment token. Sorry, I've literally lost complete track of time, space, and all things in between. If they have a judgment token and they're within half range, you add 1 to the armor penetration characteristic.
Yeah, that's good. Obviously, Space Marines would just ignore that.
It's not. But again, though, right? Like, can I just say again, just for complete clarity, there is a massive difference between what they've said there, where you go, "Oh, if you're within half distance, and if they happen to have a judgment token on them, you get to add 1 to your AP," is a million miles away from adding 1 judgment token. I mean, already, like, yeah, okay. I mean, these are all right. That's fine. The damage characteristic of weapons this warlord is equipped with, excluding resins, is increased by 1. This is their warlord trait, the guild connections. It's all right. It's nothing to write home about. Extra damage, not bad. There's a war gear stratagem called the Pulse Beam Discharge. Use a stratagem in the shooting phase when a Ymir conglomerate unit from your army is selected to shoot. Select 1 model in that unit and then select 1 beam weapon. Beam weapons, by the way, I've been thinking about since we talked about them. They are dumb. So dumb. But anyway, we'll carry on. Is equipped with, until the end of the phase, each time a unit is scored. Each time a hit is scored with with that weapon, the target suffers 1 mortal wound in addition to normal damage. That's actually not that great, because to be honest with you,
that doesn't seem that great, because it feels like on average you're going to hit 2-3 units, I guess, but then doing 3 mortal wounds is kind of standard for a stratagem, right? So it's not too bad, but I can't see many cases where it's just gonna, you're gonna get like 10 mortal wounds because you're gonna somehow hit 10 units.
Well, we haven't gotten into the specifics of how certain things do stack with each other, but basically there's like this exploding shot variant, right? So like when you hit something, even with a beam weapon, so even if the thing you're shooting isn't the target of the beam weapon, the other things that have been hit by the beam weapon also suffer additional hits. So if you shot 3 beam weapons at one thing and they happen to pass through 2 other units, each of those units would be hit. If you hit all 3 shots 6 times or something, maybe even as many as 9, I think it is. It's just, it's a very silly thing. And then those guns are like ridiculously high strength, ridiculously high AP, and silly amounts of damage. So going 1 CP to put an extra mortal wound on that is kind of like, who cares? You don't need it at this point. You're already getting minced. They've got a relic. Once per battle, before making a saving throw, the bearer can activate this relic. If it does so, then until the end of the phase, the bearer has a 3+ invulnerable save. It's all right. Each other bearer would lose a wound as a result of a mortal wound. Roll a d6 on a 4+. The wound is not lost. It's fine. The Ymir conglomerate is fine, but they are a long way from the generic and original.
Yeah, it's got some okay things, but there are some bits which feel a bit like
you're never going to take them
duds.
unless you just really want to stick to the fact that you really loved painting that red color scheme and are one of the rare exceptions of people that will choose to do it thematically as per the words.
Then we got the last one, which is the biggest tongue twister of them all, the Urani Certa Regulates. I think that's how it's pronounced.
I thought it was urine for the longest time there. I was like, well, the urine regulars is what I was going with. And they're green.
Urani, a bit like Utani. Yes. Anyway, Dower Survivalist is what they've got. URSR is their little tag, so you don't have to say the whole thing again. The URSR. Okay, so they got Dower Survivalist. Add 1 to the toughness characteristic of models with this custom, and you can reroll failed morale tests. Okay, both pretty good, I think. Ancestral Judgment. Right. Each time a model with this custom, excluding cogs, makes an attack against a target that has 0 judgment tokens, the enemy is considered to have 1 judgment token when determining what bonus applies. That's also quite good.
Pretty decent.
Warlord trait is Grim Pragmatism. Each time the warlord would lose a wound, roll a d6 on a 5+, the wound's not lost. So 5+, feel no pain, that's really good. Waste not your last breath for 1 CP, it's an epic deed. Use this stratagem in your fight phase when a URSR, should I say. They've added an extra R in, it should be USR. But, okay.
No,
anyway.
URSR.
I know, but where does the other R come from? Because it's Urani Certa Regulates. So it should be USR. But they've gone for Urani is a U and an R. So and that's not how acronyms work, but anyway.
It's because they're squats, mate. They're confusing.
They're trying to make them sound slightly Russian without making it obvious that's where the name's sort of coming from. Anyway, the URSR, when you fight with a character that has not already been selected to fight and it's destroyed, don't remove the model from play. You can fight at the end, resolving the destroyed model's attacks, and then it's removed. So a free fight on death for 1 CP, that's pretty good. And then the relic is the Abiding Mantle. So it's a URSR model only, unless the bearer is the closest eligible target. Enemy models cannot target it with ranged attacks, which is pretty cool because it's not Lookout Sir, so things that ignore Lookout Sir can't ignore this. Obviously, you do need something in front of them, but obviously they don't need to be within 3 inches or anything like that, so I quite like this one. Seems like second best, I would say.
I don't think it's second best, but I think it's a fairer version of the abilities. I think the problem is, and I know I was maybe a bit over the top, but like that initial one, the Greater Furin League, is so well equipped to be busted in a competitive setting. Like it's like literally some tournament tryhard who was probably in the game testing team got an opportunity to write a rule and went, "Oh, I'll just make it. It's the best thing ever for winning games." It's like you've got objective secure lockdown because you count as multiple models. That's super strong, right? Ridiculously strong. You get to re-roll a hit or wound roll for every unit. That's always really strong. The judgment token rule is redundant. It's ridiculous. Sorry.
It does kind of mean that every turn, one unit of your opponent is almost guaranteed dead, right? Because you're auto wounding it on a 4-up with everything that you shoot at.
Yeah.
at a width, which is, and that's every turn, like guaranteed something's going to count as having 3 judgment tokens on it. A melee, I think that costs you like 1 CP, but you're regaining your CP, so you should hopefully have enough to do that every turn. I mean, that is technically only 5 units over the course of the game, but that's probably 5 additional units that you've killed on top of the stuff you're going to be killing anyway. So, yeah, that feels pretty good.
It's so strong, mate. The fact that you can literally just point at something and go, right, it's dying this turn with insane efficiency is crazy.
Yeah, and like you said, against like a knight army, yeah, they haven't got much of a hope.
Yeah. This is the thing, though, right? Again, I was sort of talking about it before, the way that the tournament gamers have sort of rallied around it and said, like, oh, well, it's not that bad because I didn't play the mission that well. But it still wins all the time, right? Like, I think it might not get the overall win, but it seems to me like this stuff is very strong. Like, and I know they've adjusted the points now, so you don't get as many models and they're slow. And already, like, initially I was like, oh, well, actually, when you think about it, you know, it's not too terrible because, you know, their movement is 8 when they advance. But the fact that they've got, like, really quick obsec bikes that count as 2 models in this detachment, it's just like, oh, wow. That's just already, I'm like, okay, that's cool. That's very strong. If I remember correctly, and again, I might be misquoting this, but you can hopefully verify. I think they took the counts as 2 models off of Custody Dreadnoughts. In fact, no, they didn't. They did take it off everything. They took it off everything other than the infantry, didn't they?
Yes. Yeah, I think that's how they did it, yeah.
Yeah, but so for these guys, that's not the case, though. So everything counts as 2 models. Or if it's a 10 wound model or more, it counts as 5. It's just like, guys, come on. Like, what? Like, you've given them really lethal combos for basically dealing with whatever they need to deal with. They've got, like, ridiculous shooting, pretty consistent mobility, even if it's a bit slow. Heavily strong obsec abilities. And just, yeah, like, and to top it all off, a piece of war gear that makes a character near unkillable. You know, it's absurdly strong. Oh, and by the way, if you're worried at all, we'll keep refunding your CPs forever. Because every one of those abilities are easily they're the things that, as you're going through a list of really useful abilities, these are every one of them. That's literally like all the good stuff, like in one place.
Yeah, I mean, they do seem good. And I don't mind a strong army. Like, Custodes are like a strong elite army. But as they've sort of, how they fix it, they've upped the points of it. It's like, you can have an elite army, but you've got to have a really small model count to effectively counteract that. It'll be interesting when the next Meta Watch article comes out for 40k and the stats finally start coming in, like how well they're doing. Because it's like, they might not be winning tournaments, but their win rate might still be quite high. And as you say, it's like they might not be able to play the mission that well, but they could potentially be winning the games, but just not scoring very highly. So if a lot of tournaments are done on like tournament points rather than like win rate, then you could actually effectively win all your games, but just not be able to score high enough points to actually, you know, get to the finals.
Yeah. I just think, look, I mean, I don't want to be unnecessarily negative about this stuff. It's so dumb. It's like when you read it, you're like, oh man. Like, we'll see. We'll see what's happening with it. I just feel like the beam weapons are silly. The grudge system is stupid. The chapter tactics are by far and away the greatest. That one in particular, like, discount all the others. I can't think of a generic, like, chapter or, like, default version of a thing that outpaces that in terms of raw efficiency. Like, if you compare it to Ultramarines, the default Space Marine, if you want to be so bold, yeah, sure, they've got the Warlord trait of regenerating CP on 5+, but that's per stratagem, not per CP. So that's per stratagem. They've got the ability to fall back and shoot. And then if you've got an army at -1, and if you've got an army of entire Ultramarines, you get to count as remaining stationary. but that's literally it for them, right? Ulfway were given a lot of love from Craftworld's perspective, right? But Ulfway got reroll. You got to reroll one just wound, I think, for them. I think Votann got hits and Ulfway got wounds. So you just get to reroll a wound with them, a single wound roll. And you got 5 upfill no pain against mortal wounds. Which again was good. Like really good. I remember reading the Ulfway rules thinking, oh, these guys are pretty strong. And then they got some nice stratagems and some other bits and pieces, right? Like Ulfway. Oh, and they also got +1 to their first psychic test because psychers. So they had layers of abilities, right? But like, I swear to God, this is all just the good stuff on one thing. I've never seen that much good stuff on one thing.
Yeah, I would say we've never had a sub-faction where every single rule is like a home run. Normally you get like a dud relic or a dud warlord trait where you go, okay, most of this is good, but I'll never take this one thing as part of it. But overall it's worth doing. Whereas that, as you say, is all really good. I would say the other downside with it is that one just seemed generically good. And there was one that was themed to, this is the close combat one. But they all sort of seem generic, right? I mean, we haven't read the little fluff piece about what each one does. But I didn't get any sense of theme from the rules for what the others did. Like, there wasn't one specific to... I mean, there was one that was about being slightly tough, but it didn't then follow through with the rest of the rules. Like, there should be one about, like, oh, if I want lots of vehicles, I get some, like, movement bonuses, or I can, disembark from the transports or something like that. There should be one that leans more into the ecogs and talks about like the robot helpers and stuff like that, and it's like there wasn't much theme other than the close combat one, and that feels like a bit of a miss. Obviously, I presume once we've read the rules, we might be able to, find the needle in the haystack and be like, oh, okay, I get it now. But it feels like you should just be able to read the rules and go, okay, cool, I get what this sub-faction's all about. And beyond 1 or 2, it felt like that didn't do it, basically.
Yeah. Again, I don't want to labour it unnecessarily so, but yeah, I think weirdly the URSR is probably closer to what you would consider a normal generic version of the army should have probably have netted out as.
Yes.
The Ymir conglomerate of the shooty ones. The Kronos homogeny is the punchy ones. And the Trans-Hyperion Alliance are the sneaky ones. And that's fine, right? Like, I get it, right? Like, you've managed to establish something resembling archetypes in there, sort of, but it's just not that inspiring. I think at the end of the day, I mean, there are all of these established league customs. I've got to be honest, I have no interest in going through all of these because I just think it's just a bunch of extra rules. I'm sure people who know or are interested in this book will find one of these that is extraordinarily good, but there's so many variables in that space.
Yeah, I mean, you pick 3 from the following list, so should we do that? Just pick 3 to give a taster for people.
So you choose 3 abilities, do you, for one faction?
Yeah, when you're creating your own, you'll each has 3 of them.
Okay, all right.
One of which, and only one, can be an ancestral judgment label, which some of them have.
Gotcha. Okay, so you can have one ancestral judgment. Well, you start, Phil. You choose one.
I'm going for the first one. Martial clone skins. Each time a model with this custom makes a melee attack, if the unit charged or was charged or performed a heroic intervention, add 1 to the attack strength characteristic, which is obviously one that we saw hidden amongst the close combat guys.
I'll go with honor in toil. Each time an attack is made with this made by a model with this custom, if this unit is below starting strength, add 1 to the attack team.
Oh, okay. And then I've got to find an ancestral judgment one. So I'm going to do quick to judge. Each time an enemy unit targets a unit with this custom with a shooting or melee attack, after the attacking unit has resolved all of its attacks, if the unit with this custom suffered 1 or more casualties as a result of these attacks but was not destroyed, roll a d6, add 1 to the result if the unit being attacked is now below half strength. On a 4+, the attacking unit gains 1 judgment token. A bit wordy. And interestingly, it sounds like, it's not very well worded, but it sounds like it only happens when you go from being at full strength to half strength, because it has the word now below half strength, but could you have been below half strength before the attack and you've now just been attacked? That's a weird argument you could say about the English
Well, I assume
language.
they could potentially have apothecaries or something, so there could be a situation where they get back up again. So you could have been below half strength and then back up
because then
again.
it'd be on a 3+ basically if you're below half strength. I mean that seems pretty good because getting judgment tokens is the way to go.
Can I offer a alternative perspective on the way we usually do this? Can we go through some units? Because I feel like with our complete noviceness of this book, I feel like we kind of need to actually look at some of these.
I was actually almost going to suggest that we not sack off, but make sure we do almost all the units in some fashion, even if it's a brief glance, because it is
let's do it.
New army.
Let's do it. Let's get into it, because I think it's the right call. So the first thing is the HQs, and apparently there is a named character called Ufar the Destined. I didn't realise that they had named characters yet in the squads, but they do. And one of them is this guy, the Destined. So it's got movement of 5, weapons skill seal 2, strength and toughness of 5, 6 wounds, 5 attacks, and a leadership of 9. He's got a 18-inch range Hunter 3, which, if I'm not mistaken, is basically the heavy weapon type that you can move and shoot with no penalty, but you can't advance into anything with. And that's strength 5, AP 0, 1 damage. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, a modified hit roll of 6 inflicts 1 mortal wound on the target, and the attack sequence ends. Fair enough. So
I mean,
mortal wound done.
That would have been really good before the balance update, because your judgment tokens would automatically wound, treating it as a 6, so therefore you'd also do your 1 mortal wounds. And you can almost see how this entire book's designed with that mechanic in mind, and they've had to take it out because it's just been perceived as too good.
I mean, I can already say that I can agree with that statement. If this guy was running around going, 4 bludgeons and you take mortal wounds and I've got 3 shots, it's like, come on, mate. Like, what the heck? Like, no, that's just silly. Plus, I'm that faction that allows me, because obviously, because he's one of the main character, he's one of the main faction character from the main faction. So he's got reroll a hit or wound roll, because of course he does. So he himself can reroll one of his hit rolls on that to try and fish for 4s. Yeah, it could have been silly before.
I mean, so he is from that the Greater Furion League, which is the first one. However, he wouldn't get the Warlord. Actually, wait, would he?
Well, it's not the Warlord trait I'm talking about. I'm just talking about the flipping normal.
I was thinking about the Grim Efficiency ability, which is the stratagem. So actually, because that's just done on a keyword, he can do that because he is a Carl.
Yeah, he is.
Yes, he's got Carl and High Carl, so he's got 2 keywords. So I was thinking, if it was a Warlord trait or relic, he can get it because he's a named character. But because it's just a stratagem, he can. So you would definitely take him and do that combo, or whatever combo that you want, because there's going to be a ton of them.
You just go, okay, cool, I'm angry now, and boosh, everything falls. It's just crazy. Then you got Blade of the Ancestors, strength +1, so strength 6, -4 AP, which is very good, and then 2 damage. Each time attack is made with this weapon, and a modified hit roll 6. What were they thinking?
Keep reading.
Okay, sorry. Inflicts 2 mortal wounds on the target, and the attack sequence ends. It inflicts 3 mortal wounds. My God. Inflicts 3 mortal wounds instead if the target of that attack has 1 or more judgment. Flipping hell.
I mean, so...
What are they on?
And actually, that doesn't make a difference because it is on a hit roll of 6. It's not a wound roll that could be automatically passed. So slightly better, but that is damn good.
Is it not a wound roll at least? Oh, thank God.
Yes, so it's on
I
a
immediately
unmodified
assume-
hit roll of 6. Yeah, so you can do like, I'm hitting on a 4, and this is also triggering, and you've obviously got a judgment token because you're a Great Fury in League, so you're just doing 3 mortal wounds out of your 5 attacks. So it is unmodified hit roll, so it's good, but I mean,
Yeah, it's not extraordinarily
it's
good
not
at that
quite
point.
super busted.
Yeah.
Oh, I was going to say, I did check the Burning Blade -5 AP.
Ooh,
by
Nate,
default.
so -6 in the Assault Doctrine.
Yeah.
Ooh, lovely. He's got another piece of war gear called the Rampart Crest. He gets a shield, which is an aura. While friendly, the best type of Votann, infantry, and biker units with 60 models. They have a 5+ invulnerable save against ranged attacks. The range of this ability cannot be increased by any means. Wow.
That's still good.
It's got a bunch of other abilities. While friendly, special Votann units within 6 of this model, they reroll hit rolls of 1. Good. High Carl in your command phase, select one friendly greater Votann core or character unit within 6 of this model. So the next command phase is when that unit makes an attack, can reroll the hit rolls. So he's a chapter master. Destined. Each time an attack is allocated to the model, the damage characteristic is changed to. Oh God!
Change for those listening at home. It changed to 1. It's not.
What is this book?
It's not reduced by 1. It's not the first time an attack it happens and a save is failed. So every time someone attacks him, they can only do 1 damage at a time. Have we ever seen that before? Because that's tasty.
What is this? Like what?
He's the destined, Dan. He's Uthar. He's Uthar the destined.
God. It's absolutely mad. All right. Okay.
I mean, if you needed a greater reason to take Great Arthurian League, this guy's it, I think. If you were on the fence, you'd be like, I'll take this character. I want him.
Got a 4+ invulnerable save. It's got grim efficiency. So many abilities. In each of your command phases, every unit from your army is the same league, which is because you're never going to take anything other than these guys. You can select one enemy unit that's visible in this model. If you do so, that enemy unit gains 1 judgment token.
That's the one we talked about that combos with the stratagem that they've
got. And then Ancestral Fortune, once per battle round, you make a hit roll, wound roll, damage roll, or saving throw for this model or friendly Greater Fury League unit within 6 of them. You can change. You can change the result of that roll to a 6. God, this
and
is
it counts
stupid.
as an unmodified 6. It's only 1 roll, Dan, per
battle round, Phil. Like literally, and it's any unit. It's any unit.
Within
it's
6.
Any unit.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean, it's good for him if he's in combat. You go, I want to do 3 mortal wounds instantly. Bosh.
Yeah. Oh my God. It's so dumb.
I suspect you could. I mean, I don't know how many weapons they've got that do like D6 damage, because I think a lot of their beam weapons just do like flat. Was it 12 or something crazy?
Flat 12. Yeah, they don't do D6. They do 100.
But exactly, yeah. So I mean, there might not be times when you actually need it for a damage roll, but you'd rather have it for. For like the hit, or I suspect the to wound roll, which is the important one, because then obviously you're doing the smash damage on the magma rail stuff. I guess we can highlight some of the differences with the regular Carl.
Yes, indeed.
He's pretty much got the same stat line. He's got 1 less attack, 1 less wound. Oh, and his strength and toughness is 1 less. So strength and toughness 4, 5 wounds, 4 attacks, leadership 9 feet plus save. That's all the same. He's got a bunch of different weapons though. So he comes with the Forge Wrought Plasma Axe, and the Autarch Pattern Combi Bolter, which is a 24-inch range Hunter 4, strength 4, -1 damage, no abilities. Imagine that. He can swap it out though for the Vulcanite Disintegrator, which is the one you've read out already. The Plasma Axe is +1 strength, so strength 5, -3 AP and 2 damage. And you can also replace that with the Mass Gauntlet, which is a souped up power fist. So that's +3 strength 7, -3, flat 3 damage. If only Marnie's Calgar could look at this. And each time an attack is made, you subtract 1 from the attacker's hit roll, so they're not immune from the cumbersome power fist. He's got all the normal rules. He's got the Kindred Hero, which is the reroll 1 aura ability. He's got the 4-up invulnerable save and the Grim Efficiency, which is the unit gains a judgment token. And he can swap out the Rampart Crest, which is the Aura Shield ability, which is the 5-up invuln for units within 6, for a Teleport Crest. So the bearer unit gains teleportation keyword, and during deployment you can set him up on the teleportation dock instead of the battlefield. Then when you're setting up in reinforcements, you can be 9 inches away, as is normal for Deep Strike. That's pretty cool. I suspect, because there's a teleport keyword, he can do like a teleport shunt stratagem midway through the game, is my guess. So he's cool. He's got some nice like modular options, let's say, that you know, Uthal is obviously mad good.
Can you believe that?
Seems all right.
So the name guy, Ufar, or whatever his name was, he was 140 points originally. They've increased him to 160 points. He is insane value at 160 points. If you told me he was 250, I'd be like, oh, yeah, no, now he's sounding about right. It's like, what is that? Like, Abaddon. Like, don't get me wrong, obviously Abaddon will probably eat him because Abaddon is just crazy now.
Well, Abaddon's only doing 1 damage against him, though. So.
Well, exactly, and he's got 4 Bimvan baked in, and you know, and he can turn.
Maybe we need to do a special edition of the Kotok.
I'll bring back
Abaddon
the King of
versus Uther the Destined. Yeah, the King of the Characters, which is an old segment we did many moons ago, where we face off 2 characters to determine who was the winner, and then it was Abaddon, wasn't it?
So I can't remember who actually went the distance in the end. I think it might have been Abaddon. No, it was Gaz. Gaz won easy because that was.
I think it was Abaddon and Gaz in the final.
Yeah, but I think Gaz smushed him because that was because Abaddon didn't have his new rules yet.
Yes, it was old Abaddon.
It was old Abaddon,
not
yeah.
the current one. Yeah.
But look, I think the thing is, right, here's the thing. Uther the Destined is taking 1 wound, whatever you do to him. He's got a 50-50 chance of stopping it. And if he's feeling like he's in a bad way, he can guarantee himself a 6. He can just go, nah, it's all right, I'll just save it this time.
Yeah, you just need someone that can just do a bucket load of attacks, because it doesn't matter that it's only 1 damage, so you need something that can just do, you know, like if you get to do a sweep or a strike, you want to do just the sweep attacks to just guarantee as many 1 damage attacks as possible.
Look, I mean, here's the thing, right? There've been some crazy things in the history of this game in terms of like some very strong things, but like 160 points is like, it's pretty cheap, right? When you consider right now that I think Marnius Calgar will probably set you back. In fact, I'll tell you how much it'll set you back. Marnius Calgar will set you back the princely sum of, where are you, Calgar? Here he is. Marnius Calgar is 180 points. Marnius Calgar is 20 points more than this guy, and Marnius Calgar will not do anything against him. Like, he will literally shred Marneus Galgar in a turn or two. But even if you look at like some of the more modern stuff, right? Like, I mean, if I was to look at Codex Craftworld or Codex Aeldari, as it were, and I was to look at, say, a Phoenix Lord, so I'll look at a sermon. So a sermon is as many points as this dude. Now, admittedly, a sermon is capped at the amount of wounds he will take per phase. So he will only take 3 wounds per phase. So it's entirely plausible in a one-on-one situation. They'll be all right. But however, the difference obviously here is the fact that literally, in terms of shooting attacks, there's every possibility this guy could shred a few wounds off of the sermon in shooting before they get in. And then when it comes to actual fighting, I mean, a sermon's whole thing is he's got the sword that does... Oh, hang on though. Actually, each time attacking with the moment unmodified wound roll 6 inflicts D3 mortal wounds. I forgot he did mortal wounds. So actually, that would be the Achilles heel for this guy is someone that's doing like mortal wounds.
Yes. Yeah.
But Morgan Ra is 160 points, right? So Morgan Ra is another Phoenix Lord. Morgan Ra is rubbish, and would not hold a candle to this fella. So it's so many rules, and they're all so good. They all synergize so well. Sorry that I keep coughing.
Keep going, and we might find the Dudge data sheet. We got the Iron Here champion next. Do you want to do that one?
Yeah, sure. Sorry, just get my coughing out of the way. Sorry, everyone. I'm ill. Sorry. He's movement 5, weapon skill plus skill 2, strength and toughness 5, 5 wounds, 4 attacks, leadership 9, and 2+ save. He's got a combi bolter, which is range strength 4, hunter 4, strength 4, -1 damage. He's got a Darkstar Axe, which is +1 strength, so strength 6, -3, 1 damage. But each time an attack is made with this weapon, make 2 additional rolls instead of 1. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, is allocated to any model that any model cannot use any rules to ignore the wounds it loses. Wow. So it basically... so if this guy ran into a Eldar Phoenix Lord, he would be able to potentially kill him in a one, except for the fact that it only does 1 damage and he's got...
yes.
So, I mean, it would take some doing, but still pretty good. He's also got his Mass Hammer, which is strength times 2, so strength 10, -3, D3 +3. Good lord. And then you subtract 1 from the hit roll because it's obviously a bit unwieldy. So you're hitting on 3s, wounding most things on 3s, if not 2s. He's got the Teleport Crest and the Wayfield Crest. Those are the same as the last guy. This model...
I was going to say the Wayfield Crest is slightly different. It's a different type of shield crest. Yeah, because the others gave a like aura. That was the rampart crest.
Oh, I apologise. So in this case, it just gives him... so it increases its wound characteristic to 6. So it goes up to 6 wounds, and it gets a 4+ involuntary save. Which is pretty good. Pretty good. It's got mass driver accelerators. Each time this model ends a charge move, select one enemy with engagement range of this model and roll 1d6. If the result is an unmodified 6, or if it is equal or beats the highest toughness characteristic of that enemy unit, it suffers D3 mortal wounds. Sorry, I'm really feeling rough today. Exemplar of... God, I'm really... Exemplar of the whatever... things within 6 can reroll wounds, so he's basically a lieutenant. Exo armor. Each time an attack is allocated to this model, subtract 1 from the damage. Jesus, fair enough. And then ram shields. Each time melee attack against this model, subtract 1 from the attack's wound roll. Wow, so you're subtracting the wound roll and wounds. Great. Yeah, he's pretty tasty. He's pretty handy. He ain't bad. Nice. Sorry, everyone, by the way, as I talk more, the coughs get worse.
Do you want me to do the talking as we go through the data sheets and you can just comment?
No, it's fine. Well, you're doing the next one, so you do the next one.
The next one is the Space Wizard. It's Grimnir. So there's 2 profiles for Grimnir and his 2 cogs. So the movement 5 inches, he's got or she, because there's 2 options, a weapon skill, ballistic skill of 3+, a strength and toughness of 4, 4 wounds, 2 attacks, leadership 9, and a 4+ save. And the Corvs, which are the cog units, have a 5-inch movement, weapon skill, ballistic skill of 4+, strength 3, toughness 4, 1 wound. Interesting. 1 attack, leadership 6 and a 4+ save. Grimnir's got a ancestral ward stave, yeah, because it's a stick, which is a melee +3 strength, 7, strength 7, -2 d3 damage, which is pretty good for a stick, right? -2 is better than a chainsword. And then the core of the units have the all-type pattern bolter, range 24 inches, hunter 2, strength 4, -1 AP, 1 damage. He's got to be ancestral ward crest, so they've got a 4-up invulnerable save. Grimnar's regard is an aura ability for core units within 6 inches, and they add 1 to combat attrition test for that unit, which is pretty cool. It's quite unusual that you get +1. Normally it's ignore, a result of a 2 or something like that. And then we got Corv support. So each time a unit suffers the perils of the warp, if this unit contains 1 or more Corv models, one of these models is destroyed and the effects of perils of the warp is ignored. The destruction of the Corv model is ignored for purposes of morale tests. If this unit's Gremlin model is ever destroyed, all the remaining Corv units are also destroyed. The Gremlin is a psycho and can manifest 2 psychic powers, can deny 1 psychic power, and no smite plus 2 other psychic powers from the Skeen wrought discipline. Yeah, pretty cool. Kind of like a nice, interesting concept that he's got little bodyguards that are just there to die if he's going to perils, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I don't hate that character necessarily. I think it's probably the best model in the range, so that's definitely going for it.
It would like make mincemeat out of Astropath or similar in the guard army with their psychic staves. So I can only look on in envy
until obviously the new guard book drops
and they're bonkers good. Yes,
exactly. Like greater demons,
the close combat brawlers of the army.
Exactly, they're going to be the powerhouse. We've got an Iron Master, which is a squad of stuff. So it's a bunch of those coggy fellas that float about. The chap who looks like he's going to spray paint a car, and the Iron Master themselves. They're all movement 5. Most of them are weapon skill 3, but the cogs are weapon skill 4. The Iron Master is ballistic skill 2. The Iron Kin Assistant is ballistic skill 3, and the cogs are ballistic skill 4. Iron Master and the Assistant are strength and toughness 4. The E-Cogs are strength 3, toughness 4. The Iron Master has 4 wounds, the Assistant 2, and the Cogs 1. They have 3, 2, 1 attacks, starting with the Iron Master, then the Assistant, then the Cogs. They're all leadership 9, and they've got 4+ saves. Weapon-wise, they've got weapons. They've got a Graviton Hammer, which sounds mighty fancy. Las Beam Cutter, Manipulator Arms, Plasma Torch, and a Bolt Pistol. It doesn't really feel like there's anything in there that needs especially talking about, and I'm conscious we're going through a lot of data sheets now, so I'm just going to get into the abilities. So it's got multi-spectral visor in your command phase. If you contain this model, you can select 1 friendly core or vehicle unit within 9 of this unit. If you do so, at the start of your next command phase, each model in that friendly unit makes an attack with a ranged weapon, add 1 to the hit attacks hit rolls. Really strong. So you're adding +1 to hit to anything within range of 9. At the end of your movement phase, this unit can repair 1 friendly vehicle or exo-frame model within 3 of it. That model regains D3 lost wounds. Each model can only be repaired once per turn. Iron King Assistant. While this unit contains an Iron King Assistant model, this unit can perform an action even if it has advanced, and it can shoot without its action fit. What? While this unit contains the Assistant, this unit can perform actions even if it's advanced. It could shoot without fit. Wow. Okay. Very strong.
So it's basically, as long as you're not falling back, you can pretty much always do an action. So this actually is really interesting because it suddenly makes this a real like tech specific unit, right? You take this to go, I'm going to complete actions that I know I'm going to take in my army list, which is a nice difference from what you normally see. So I like it. That's cool.
You've got ECOG support. Each army unit uses guild ability. If this unit contains one or more ECOG models, that model being repaired regains one additional loss win. The destruction of any ECOG is ignored for the purposes of morale tests. Okay. Fair.
That's really good. So D3 plus 1 wounds, especially when you can use that on the exoframe units, like the Iron Here Champion and his 5 wounds. Keep him going for a while.
Indeed. Now we have the one and only troop choice, Phil.
Oh yeah, the Halfkin Warriors.
I get the feeling you're not going to need to read all of their weapon profiles, mate, but maybe just do their war gear.
Yeah, and I'll pick out a couple of weapons that might seem interesting, I guess. You can take between 9 and 19 of them. Obviously, you've got a Thane as well, who's their sergeant or equivalent.
I've just noticed that their
10 to 20.
Their Thanes have got 4+ invulnerable saves.
Do they? Yes, because they've got the crests, don't they? Yeah.
That is crazy.
Yes, so they've got a movement of 5 inches, a weapon skill, ballistic skill of 3+, like Space Marines, a strength and toughness of 4, like Space Marines, only 1 wound, like Firstborn of old, a 2 attacks, leadership 7, and a 4+ save, like Imperial Guard. And the Thane has an extra wound, so 2 wounds, an extra attack and leadership, so 3 attacks, leadership of 8. They're all equipped with the Autarch pattern bolt pistol, the Autarch pattern bolter, and gravitic concussion grenade. So let's have a quick look at these. The pistol is range 12, pistol 1, strength 4, -1 damage. The pattern bolter is 24-inch range, hunter 2, strength 4, -1, 2 damage. As I suspected, it's effectively rapid fire 2 all the time.
It's only 1 damage, by the way. I think you accidentally read the plasma beamer.
Oh, did I say 2 damage? I meant 1 damage.
Yeah,
my mistake. I was getting overly excited. Yeah, they've got. Let's have a quick look at the weapon options. You can replace. All the models in this unit can have a bolter replaced with 1 iron blaster each, which is an 18-inch range hunter 1, strength 5, -2 damage. So that's
every
really cool.
model can change their bolter into a strength 5 -2 damage gun.
So it's like the Stalker pattern bolter, but shorter range, higher strength, which I actually think is key, because I think the fact that the Stalker pattern bolters are only strength 4 is woeful, but that's also a heavy one, whereas this is hunter 1, so you can always move and shoot, which makes that actually crazy good, I think.
Incredibly strong.
You can select up to 2 different weapon options from the following list, so you can replace the bolters or iron blasters with 1 high-las auto rifle, 1 L7 missile launcher, 1 Ector Khan plasma beamer, and 1 Magna rail rifle. And then if you contain 20 or more models, you can effectively have 2 of those options. Up to 3 different warriors equipped with either the Autarch pattern bolter or iron blaster, so the default weapons, can each take 1 different option from the following list. So 1 can have the Medipack, which gives them the medic keyword, and in addition, once per turn, the first time a saving throw is failed, the damage characteristic of the attack is changed to 0, which is really cool. The multi-wave comms array, so you gain the comms keyword, and whilst the bearer's unit is within 24 inches of a friendly Carl unit, they're considered to be within range of the model's kindred hero aura ability, which, tell me if I'm not mistaken, is that reroll 1s to hit?
Yes. Or yes. Yeah.
That is.
Well, yeah.
That's good. Like, If that's what the guard Vox relay is, I will be blown away, but I suspect it isn't. And you can also take the pan spectral scanner for when you want to find the ghosts. The pan spectral scanner gives the unit a scanner keyword, and each time a model in the bearer's unit makes an attack against ranged weapons, the target doesn't receive the benefits of light cover. I mean, they're all good. I would hazard it. Maybe you would always upgrade the units to have all of them.
I mean, I was just checking the stratagems just to see. Here we go. I thought they'd have something. Combat Surgery, 1 CP. Use this stratagem in your command phase. Select one Votann medic unit from your army that is below starting strength. And not within engagement range of enemy units. Up to, oh god. I thought it was going to be 1. D3 destroyed models are returned in that unit for 1 CP.
What?
So here's the thing, Phil, right? You get that medic. I was just thinking, I bet they've got the ability to bring back models because they sound like apothecaries to me. So you get that unit, you have your 4-up invuln on your man in charge. You are tanking wounds with him for days on a 4-up invuln. And then when you fail it, you go, oh, it's only 0 damage, whatever. And then you keep going until he's dead. And then you go, oh, that's a shame. And then next turn for 1 CP, oh, look, he's back. It's like,
oh god, yeah. That's cheeky. Yeah, that is interesting, because I guess if it's, AP 0, you'd be like, oh, I'll just put it on my regular guys. But if there's a high strength weapon, put it on your Thane. The Thane can replace his bolt pistol with a iron pistol and an Ectocarn plasma pistol, and also replaces bolter with a concussion gauntlet, a plasma axe, or a plasma sword. And yeah, as you're right, the Thane has a 4+ vulnerable save. So let's look at a couple of the weapon options, like the Magna Rail Rifle. So Hunter 1, 24 inches, Strength 9, -4 AP, D3 +3 damage, plus it's got the Magna Rail rule. So obviously ignores invuln saves, and on a 6 to wound, is going to be splashing that damage over. That's not bad. Yeah, you can have lots
bearing
of
in mind
super las cannons in all your squads, basically.
Bearing in mind that you can just obviously roll your d6. If you get your 4, okay, you're not going to splash the damage, but you just go, cool, there's an auto wound on you at -4. Please resolve that. It's like, wow. And if you fail it, obviously you just go, it's cool, because it's the big gun that I've got in my unit, so I'm going to spend, I'm going to use my native ability to reroll it. It's like, wow.
Yes, you can. Because one of the leagues has a reroll 1 dice, right?
Reroll 1 wound roll or 1 hit roll.
Yeah. So
the main one, not one of the leagues. The basically the league,
was it the main gut one? Oh right,
the main one. Yeah, that's why I'm telling you they're so stupid.
So that's why, you just spam Magna Rail rifles in all your squads.
Just like chuck 1 in just because you get the rerolls on it, and then crazily you're gonna you've got so again though, right, so you've got an insanely durable sergeant, so you've got an insanely durable sergeant with a 4-up invuln and the unit that shrugs the first wound. You can just bring it back after it's dead. It's just it's a level of silliness that I struggle to abide by. It's very good, and that's their core unit. These guys used to be, like, this is the thing that's even more mad about them. They used to be 11 points a model. Now they're 12 points a model, right? So a unit of 10 of them is 120 points. That is mad when you consider what a Primaris Marine looks like for 120 points. It's like the fact that I can literally just go, oh, cool, here they all there. Now, admittedly, if I upgrade them all to Iron Blasters, which, by the way, why wouldn't I? They're going to come in at 130 points. I mean, imagine that, the pain. And then in terms of other upgrades that I'm going to give them, I'm probably just going to, to be honest with you, I'd probably chuck in 5 Iron Blasters and then fill up on the Magna Rail Rifle, And then I'd probably do some upgrades on the thing. So I'd probably have like a few regular bolt variants just because to deal with the point situation.
Yeah, I was just going to say their plasma weapon is a plasma beamer, 18-inch range, Hunter 1, strength 8 -3, 2 damage and beam. So,
oh yeah.
So I like that their plasma basically doesn't overcharge, doesn't need to be overcharged.
Why would it overcharge?
Because it's super good technology. It's always like 2 damage, and it's also got beam as well. Just for tasty. I mean, it is 18-inch range. They're short range movement, so there are some trade-offs. Do you know what I have to say? I actually love this unit. I've always liked the look of it. I just like how they've thematically made I was going to say army really good, but they've made it unlike anything else in the game. There are thousands of data sheets, right? Or probably hundreds, not necessarily thousands, but there's hundreds of data sheets in the game, and they've managed to, within all of that, thread the needle to create a unique stat line with a bunch of weapons that feel very unique to them. There's nothing here. Obviously, you do have things like plasma, bolt, axes and swords, but they still feel stat-wise and ability-wise unique to these guys. You wouldn't necessarily mistake them for a standard Space Marine equivalent, right? So I think they've done a good job. As you say, it all feels very good, but I think that is the theme of these guys, is their technology is just better than everything the Imperium's got, and kind of almost anyone else's, for that matter. So I think, they've done a good job in that respect.
All right, fair enough.
Dan is doing the Obama, meme face. Go, yes, disagree.
No, it's not that I don't disagree. It's not that I disagree. I just think it's the thing though, right? They've just given them everything. They've just gone, oh yeah, well of course they get a medic, and of course that medic's going to regen them. Every squad is getting a medic, and that medipack is 5 points. Phil, 5. Right? Infiltrators have a worse version of this. In so much as they don't also have a stratagem to bring back models.
Yeah, but the stratagem's a bit too much, I think.
And they're 10 points. It's like, come on. And that's infiltrators. Infiltrators don't have a 4-up invuln in their squad. Infiltrators don't have... It's just... It's so silly. It's so silly.
Well, I can see why, to an extent, people are losing their minds just because raw stats, even without looking at the combos of relics and warlord traits and stratagems and stuff, you can just go, these guys seem really good. I think thinking about it more, the fact that almost everything is hunter, and it is effectively always on rapid fire, with none of the penalties, or the equivalent is in another army would be heavy 1 or heavy 2.
Yeah. Makes
you go, oh man, these are super cool. The weapons just are that much better. Effectively their rail rifle is a souped up las cannon that isn't heavy 1. And it's like, if I was to have that in a guard unit with a heavy weapons team, I would literally be having to go, do I want to move them to be in a better position to shoot the thing I really want to shoot and be -1 to hit? Or do I stay where they are and the trade-off is I've got to shoot as something maybe not as good, but it means I'm hitting on my full ballistic skill. Whereas these guys just don't have that choice. I guess their only choice is, do I want to advance and not shoot so I can assault the squad? Or do I just want to move my piddly 5 inches and shoot at max ballistic skill, which is probably what you want to do. They're cool.
So I don't really necessarily feel like we need to go through every unit up to this point, actually, because there's a lot of it, right? Well, I mean, maybe, I don't know, if you want to keep going, let's keep going.
I mean, there's 5 more, or 6 more maybe.
Okay. All right, fair enough. I'm at a point where this book is just, I just want to stop reading it. It's just ridiculous. I don't understand why they've made it. I don't understand why they thought this is what anyone wanted. I know it is what some people
if
wanted.
you've been waiting 20 years for your beloved squats to come back, you would be super happy with these rules, right? You'd be like, oh dear God, they've done what? They are.
I don't know, mate. I'm not feeling this one.
Should we power through, or have you lost the will to live?
I've not lost the will to live. I don't want to bother with this one anymore. Am I allowed to quit? Am I allowed to say that's it? I'm done.
All right. Do you want to leave the room? Shall I just read on without you, for the benefit of the listeners at home?
I don't want to be that guy, but it's like I've never been less impressed with a set of rules. Is it not? Is it just me? Am I overreacting? It just feels ridiculous.
I don't know, because the thing is, I almost want to read them all to then get the overall holistic context, because there might be a few duds, but so far what we've seen, all good. All right.
Well, whether I keep my meltdown in the episode will remain to be seen.
Please do.
Please do. You want this in?
Well, I mean, you can edit out about 20 minutes of it, and people will still get the gist, I think.
Yeah. Fair. All right, let's break for a second. We'll be right back. And now, quite randomly, although not that random, because, this is often the thing we do, we're going to respond to you, our lovely listeners, in this, our fan question segment thing. Isn't that right, Phil?
Yeah, community questions.
Those are the words I couldn't find. Community questions, yes, lovely. What have we got, Phil? We're going to go to Patreon now, aren't we? Our lovely patrons. Why don't you consider joining Patreon, eh? Hey, why not? Hey, why? Hey,
exactly.
Hey.
The one perk that they get on a regular basis is whenever we do not every time. Sometimes I think we forgot the last few, which is why we're doing it this time.
Exactly. Maybe we'll do a meet and greet at Warhammer Fest.
Well, yes. Well, someone was already pointing out that they'd seen in one of my posts the Look Out Sir stickers that I give out to my customers on my store, because they get a Beyond the Tabletop sticker and they get a Look Out Sir sticker. So someone was saying, I'm going to hunt you down at Warhammer Fest for one of your stickers. So I'll try and bring them along. And maybe I'll make them all wear it if we do that pub crawl idea. The Look Out Sir pub crawl.
What you should do is you should get a coat and cover them in those stickers and then run through a crowd of fans as they peel them off you.
And find me naked underneath. Ah.
Exactly. A coat of stickers. Beautiful.
No one would want that.
Well, someone might.
Maybe. Anyway, let's get on with the communications. We start off with Dave McDowell. He says, hello, my favourite podcast duo. I got the Votann box set when it came out, knowing GW will most likely nerf them, but I got it for the lore and background rather than for the rules. I feel they're not too overpowered. Yes, they have powerful weapons, but they are short to medium range, so you can't just stay back and shoot your opponent on the table. You have to risk getting close. The only thing I'm not very keen on is the judgment system. When I use my Magna Rail, if the target has a token, I lose my special rule for splashing damage on a 6+, and it's so very easy to get tokens everywhere, even if you don't want them. Love the show as always. Keep up the great work. I think this was something I pointed out when we talked about the nerfs in a few episodes ago, that basically you don't get a choice as to whether or not you auto wound with the judgment system token. It just goes off. So if you got 3 judgment tokens on, it goes off on a 4+ to hit. You can't forego that to say, I'd rather take the 1 in 6 chance of rolling to wound to activate the weapons. So it does make some things like Magna Rail technically worse, and you've got to actively try and avoid your targets getting the tokens so you can get that chance to pull it off. Especially if you've got abilities which you can, where, you know, like that 6, once per battle round, you can just make a roll a 6. So you'd want to use it then, sort of thing. But yeah, overall, glad he doesn't find it too powerful.
Yeah, look, I think here's the thing. It's fair to say that they have done a pretty good job, actually, of constructing a comprehensive lore that essentially incorporates all the variables. I think that is a testament to Games Workshop's general kind of design philosophy when it comes to the narrative of their universe. They're very good at creating intrigue and weaving narratives that interlace and intersperse with each other, while also still leaving lots of room for creativity, which I think is a really, really important attribute of a hobby-led activity like this. You want to create the points between the folds where you have more opportunities for self-expression, and I think that's really cool. I think the way that they've kind of alluded to all these different variants of squat and Votann and how it works is quite nice. So I'm in favour of that. The range hasn't necessarily won me over massively. I've seen some gorgeous paint jobs of various miniatures, and I'm becoming a little bit more sympathetic to that as I become more familiar with it. But they're definitely not a range of miniatures that would hugely excite me. But I disagree with the assertion that they're not good. I think the problem is, I suppose, is that your point is more that because they don't have range, that they're not particularly great. But I think when you factor in terrain, once you factor in movement, once you factor in the smaller board sizes, being able to move 5 and still fire across a 24 or 18-inch range obviously gives you a meaningful threat range of around 23 inches for the 18-inch weapons, 29 inches for the 24-inch weapons. So yeah, sure, you're not going to be sitting back and shooting, but a lot of the times within the confines of modern 40k, there will be a certain amount of terrain that will facilitate your movement. And then from there in, it's highly likely that you're going to be able to bring in a lot of shooting attacks. And it feels like the power of those attacks are such that, you know, even if you do have to eat a couple of turns of being shot at and you know, sort of caused problems, I think the turns where you're going to really kind of come around and start hitting heavy, you're going to do a lot of work. So I think that's the thing with them. I can't necessarily agree with the statement that they're not strong based on the competitive set. But look, I mean, at the end of the day, if you're playing Tau versus Votann and you're playing on a desert board with no terrain, sure, they're done for. But outside of that variable, I think they're always going to do quite well for themselves. At least I do anyway. I mean, obviously, if you play more games, I'd love to hear feedback on them. I'd love to know from those that are playing them in a more kind of casual narrative way how they're performing, because I think that's one of the things that's really interesting, I suppose. Yeah,
there's definitely a few comments, I think over on Facebook, possibly on Instagram as well, where they've talked about the games that they have played, so we'll make sure we read a few of those out as well. Next up is David Lloyd. He said, they remind me of AdMech when they first came out, able to shoot everything off the board. I still think they are very strong and will continue to be. Like every army, it's just another overpowered faction that we'll learn to live with, or at least try to kill anyway.
Yeah, I echo that sentiment, although I think they are strong in a way that is a little bit over the top. There's a lot of very strong stuff that synergizes very well. I think their core league is easily one of the best faction rule sets you've seen, on top of really, they've just got all the right tools to win games. Good obsec, good damage, you know, incredibly strong firepower, meaningfully good combat, like, you know, and insane durability. They're like literally they're all the things you need to be to win.
Well, I would say good movement, and they might have that with a few key units, but not on the base units, but it feels like very much, as the first Dave said, that they're very good at the short range shooting, and I think they're just literally meant to be on the table and plod up the board and just shooting constantly, right, because of their hunter weapons, which is what most things are. So it's just like, yeah, they're only moving 5 inches a turn, probably don't want to advance all that much, but yeah, first few turns I might not be in range of everything, but turn 2, maybe 3 onwards, everything will be, and they start dropping like flies. I
think in games though, where you've got to realise that, like, an 8-inch advance isn't dramatically far, but it's still enough that it essentially puts you in a position that if you were 24 inches away from someone, you've essentially decreased that distance by a third. Now, okay, fair enough. You've still then got to have a subsequent turn to completely close that distance. But I think it's still pretty good overall with the board sizes that you're working with. Because the thing about these guys is they are super tough, and they are super potent at shorter ranges, and they can quite comfortably become oppressive in the mid-board, which is where you need to be to win games, because that's where all the objectives live. And they're super durable, and they're doing the objective thing, and there's a lot of rational reasons why you wouldn't want to risk being too aggressive against them, because they can and will just evaporate what you put near them, because they're so damage heavy. And that's one of the things that's really interesting about them, is like, I can make aggressive plays, but it doesn't necessarily, unless I literally have one of those characters that caps damage in all phases, like, and those are few and far between, right? Like, there's like 5 of them, maybe. Well, there's not. There's the whole suite of Phoenix Lords, Gaz, Abaddon.
Is it the Necron guy?
Yeah, the Catan. The Catan do that as well, don't they? Not the anyway. Look, long story short is like, there's a few things, like a few big things that can hold up to it, but like an Imperial Knight ain't got a chance. Like, you throw an Imperial Knight at them or try and get close to them, it's gone. Most of the greater demons, with the exception of like ones with capping damage, of which I believe there's not a huge amount of those options anymore, but they're still there. Like, unless you're able to really neutralize that output, they're just going to murk anything he goes near him.
I almost wonder if something like Guard or like Horde-based armies would actually do quite well against them. Because I actually think, the standard Votann guy, like, they're not that durable. Like, they've got the same number of wounds and the same save as a Guardsman. They've got 1 point of toughness higher. The main guy, the Sergeant's got an invuln, and you can res some with a medic, but they're not as durable as Space Marines. They do have void armor, but I think, against lasguns, they're just going to die, because it's just weight of fire, and you're just going to have the number of shots against them, and they're twice as expensive as a guard squad. In the current rules, before the new Codex comes out, I don't know what those will be like. So I think against certain builds, they might not actually do all that well, but as you say, against knights, they've got a really good chance of just killing knights quite easily, and the characters are super durable. But I think the bog standard Votann troop choice isn't all that durable, I don't think. But
I absolutely disagree. It's got a 4-up invuln. The first wound it takes is nullified.
But against AP0 means nothing. Against damage 1 means nothing. Like, against lasguns, all of their benefits are kind of nullified, I think.
So if that guy's in cover, right, he's got a 3-up armor save. He's got armor of contempt, essentially. So he's now basically like ignoring the -1, and still getting the 3-ups. And then obviously if it's a -2, he's on his 4-up. He keeps taking that until he's dead, which takes a while because of how that works. And you can obviously you can dictate when you're going to start utilizing that 4-up invuln to its best effect. No, I disagree that they're not durable, and for the points you pay, they're probably more durable than they deserve to be. Toughness 4 is reasonable, but not extraordinary. But they're 12 points a model. Like, you can get 20. Well, with the Medi pack or whatever it's called, you're talking 120 25 points without any gun upgrades. So if you just say the Bogo unit of 10, and that's still going to be exploiting the incredibly durable sergeant option that will just give you extra survivability.
Yeah, because I guess the Medipack revives D3 models, which is over. If the squad survived a whole game, that is between 5 and 15 models. No, 3 and 15 models that it can.
No, it could be 5 and 15.
Oh yeah, sorry, 5 turns. Yeah, of course. Yeah, 5 and 15, which is a lot, right? That feels, but that's costing you 5 CP.
Has cost you 5 CP,
and
which you may have regenerated on 5.
Yes, it in that particular build, it's not as bad, but in the current GT tournament pack, it's meant to be like CP's a lot rarer, so 5 CP's probably quite a bit. But yeah, when you can regen your CP back on the 5 up, that's not so bad. That's, I guess, technically probably like 3 CP instead of 5.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing. Like their core troops are durable. Their bikes are fast. Like they've got like movement 20 something or whatever it was, and they're obsec and they count as multiple models. Yeah, they're just there. They are strong. There is like, you're not going to want to throw any. You're not want to close the distance too irresponsibly on them, because they are going to cause you some real headaches if you try and close the distance. Without being able to guarantee the charges or the damage. And yeah, it's a combination of things. Yes, they can't shoot at range, but they're very strong.
Fair enough. Let's move on to the next one. Long-time listener, Jed Facky. He said, played my
Jed
buddy...
who, sorry?
Jed Facky.
Oh, Facky.
Fakkie.
Gotcha.
Could be Fakey, Jed Fakey. I don't know.
Either way.
Facky. Yeah. Played my buddies Votann a few times, both with my Guard and Chaos Space Marines, and found their shooting is definitely punishing, but far from unbeatable, as both games were close. Personally think the Magna Rail should never have a rule that lets wounds spill out. Even if they made the auto wounds rule optional or took it away from their named characters can generate a free 6 to wound. Feels weird to have an anti-tank weapon that just deletes a 10-man squad every turn with no interaction. Otherwise, the only time 6s to wound really matters was the beam weapons strat Ironstorm, which caused up to 6 mortal wounds and wasn't that egregious. What are your thoughts there? Well, we haven't looked at that strat, unless you want to have a look at it now. He also says... well, that and the Einherjar champion being able to run 17 inches with the accelerated strat is a little silly. So that's also worth looking at, because the Einherjar champion isn't that the, I kept saying big fisty guy. But,
yeah, big fisty guy with the hammer.
But it's not, it's
bolter.
the hammer and hammer and axe. So let's have a quick look at these.
He's also got quite a big fist.
Yes, I thought it was double fist originally, which I think I would have preferred visually. No,
he's got the bolter.
But it's sort of I think it's more a bolter with shield as opposed to a fist per se. So it was called Ironstorm and accelerated. Let's have a quick look for them. So Ironstorm, 2 to 1 CP war gear upgrade. Use a stratagem in your shooting phase when a Votann unit from your army is selected to shoot. Until the end of that phase, each time a model in that unit makes an attack with an ion weapon, an unmodified wound roll of 6 inflicts 1 mortal wound on the target in addition to any normal damage, to a maximum of 6 mortal wounds. If that unit contains 11 or more models, the stratagem costs 2 CP. But I think when you pick, because he's talking about their named character can generate a free 6 to wound, but that's only 1, right? And you only do, so that's 1 mortal wound. It's not going to be 6 mortal wounds because you need 6 6s. Now, if you're doing lots of shots, you're adding an auto 1, I guess. But I don't feel like that one's too bad, and there's plenty of other similar sort of stratagems in like AdMech and stuff like that.
But it's just the fact that obviously the damage spills. So even with just the 1/6, the fact that you're basically going cool is like the damage of the weapon plus the mortal wounds is what they were going for, I believe.
Oh, right. Okay.
So I think that, but this is the thing though, isn't it? It's an interesting dynamic because again, maybe I'm getting on the side of being a bit too one note in my appraisal of this army. But the thing is like, I hear comments like, "Oh, they're not too bad. They're only deleting units a turn. Like, you know, they're only just effortlessly with one thing removing 10-man units a turn." But you know, the games were close. It's like, were they though? Because like, it sounds like very few units are deleting quite a lot in return. Again, I could be wrong in that assertion, but it just seems like there's some real efficiencies there in terms of how they output damage and how that works and the combinations there are of. So,
yeah.
You know, I mean, again, I'm happy to be wrong. I am often wrong. It's just that it seems to me that when you make a statement like, they're not that bad, but then you give me a bunch of examples of why they actually are, it sounds like we might be dealing with the fact that actually they are a bit strong.
Yeah. And then the next one's the accelerated response strat. So that goes off the accelerated keyword. So I'm just looking for the Hecton Land Fortress is accelerated, which is obviously a vehicle.
Yeah, the bikes are accelerated.
The bikes are accelerated. The Hernkin Heathguard aren't, but weirdly, the sort of souped up version that Iron Here Champion is, which feels a bit like an oversight, but let's see.
Because he's in a running pose and he's got a big jetpack on him.
Has he got a jetpack as well? Because he just looks like a sort of special version of the...
He is, but he's special in the sense that he's got a big jetpack.
He's got a jetpack on him. Okay, so he is accelerated as well. So 1 CP, use a stratagem in your movement phase when a Votann accelerated unit from your army is selected to advance. Until the end of that phase, add 12 inches to the move characteristic of each model in this unit. It's not accumulative with other abilities such as steady advance. So you just get a flat, 17-inch move on a guy with legs. So that feels like it should have been like for the bikes, for the buggies makes perfect sense. For him seems a bit odd, but thematically him like running across mad speed, it's kind of cool. He can't obviously charge, so he's just boosting somewhere. Very, very anime, you know, like how they sort of like, you know, it's almost like jump jets slide around the places. They're not really flying, they're just boosting left and right constantly. So
like the strange cyborg enemy within Godzilla versus King Ghidorah, you know, the operative that was working for the aliens, and he would do the running thing where they would animate him on like on a video wall, and he'd just be doing the hands.
Brilliant.
And they'd make the sort of thing, and then they do like sequences where he was running past cars really quick.
That's exactly what this guy's doing.
That's what it is. That's what it is. He had weird. It's been a long while since I've watched Godzilla vs King Ghidorah. It's one of the greats. You watched Godzilla vs King Ghidorah?
No, I years ago really wanted to buy all of them on like DVD.
Mate, there's an incredible.
I couldn't because it was crazy expensive, but I would have loved to like get the old ones.
Yeah, they've got. I saw it the other day. They've got like a collector's one. And it's like 150 quid for all the old films on Blu-ray. I'm like,
not too bad,
and it's very nice. I was very tempted. I was very tempted.
Well, you get it. I'll come round and watch them. Well,
mate,
while you moan about Votann in person.
Mate, I've been watching Gamera on. I've watched all the Gameras recently. You watched Gamera?
No,
mate, you'll love Gamera. It's basically the other Godzilla.
Fair enough. Yes.
Gamera.
Right, moving on to the last of our Patreons. I promise this isn't me. This is someone called Phil S. Which could be me, but isn't.
Sexy Phil.
It's like, why is Phil the best lookouts producer guy person. Why does Dan always have to get in the way? According to this guy, no. What he really says is, do we know yet if the Chthonian berserks have any connection to Horus's homeworld of Chthonian? Which was something you actually mentioned earlier. I believe the answer is no. Games Workshop just likes to reuse names, and Chthonian, or a derivative of that word, it just sort of means like underground or like mining. So that it's just a repurposed yieldy word from the English language, or Latin or something like that, which is throughout. So, Hekaton Land Fortress. Hekaton is the name of the dreadnoughts for the Minotaurs chapter. So they do just reuse words everywhere. So yeah, sadly, it is not.
Comprehensively answered, my friend. There you go. Thank you for all the questions, our lovely patrons. You're wonderful people.
Then we can look at some of our others. We got a few good ones on the Facebooks. So I'll do this one to start off with. It's a long one, so strap in. From Keel, he says, my brother picked them up and I've played with them doubles against them and one-on-one. They didn't feel that broken to me before the nerf, aside from the railguns, which should have a stratagem like the Tau submunitions strat. And they're definitely not broken now. In my experience, the Leagues of Votann are sitting around a 50% win rate. My brother isn't the best 40-player in the world, but he's on par with me and the other people we usually play with. So I think it's a pretty good judge of the army. Do you fellas think Games Workshop went too far and too fast with the nerfs, or were they needed? And what do you think of the look to the minis? To me, it seems like they tried to walk the line between fantasy dwarves in space and futuristic squats and didn't really hit the mark. It's too eclectic for me, either go one way or the other. The weird amalgamation doesn't really do it for me.
There's a lot to process there, isn't there?
So did they go too far with the nerfs? What do you think of the aesthetic? Which we sort of talked about. We can go into more detail. And also just pointing out that he feels like there's a 50% win rate, at least in his gaming group.
Well, look, I mean, obviously that's really interesting to hear. Clearly the vibe of this from my side of things has been that I'm very much of the opinion that doesn't seem likely, but at the end of the day, there's obviously a difference between the theory and the practical reality. But then there's also ways that I feel like I think about the game within certain contexts of how I'd play it and what I do with it and what I could do with it. And again, that's not a I'm so great kind of statement. That's just a sort of I'm looking at it thinking, how is this not strong? Like,
well, I guess the key factor is most of the units have only just come out as of like a week or two. So most people have literally, if they have been playing, they've been playing with just the original army box set, which is quite a limited range of models. And at most, possibly, like, let's say someone bought 2 of those boxes. So they're potentially playing very small pointed games. As he pointed out, like, they did doubles. And that makes sense because you've probably only got 500 up to, say, 1,000 points of models. You haven't got access to, the Hekaton Land Fortress and stuff like that. Although that has come out now, so speedy people will have potentially painted it up and got a few games in. But yeah, maybe that could be one of the reasons why their win rate is lower than it will be later on once people have got the cool units and, a lot of people don't get them painted up. They just got them built, right? And then play them as is and then paint them up at a later date. So that could be one reason.
Yeah, totally. But anyway, like, I think in terms of did GW go too far with the nerfs? I don't think so. They really only did one nerf, which was mild inconvenience at best, which was the way that they altered the grudge token payoff. Is still really strong. It's just that now it doesn't insanely synergize with a lot of the other things that it was clearly intended to synergize with. So it's probably a bigger nerf than you immediately realize, but it's still not hugely significant. The points increases don't necessarily feel too egregious to me. When you sort of look at it, everything sort of feels like it's kind of in the right ballpark. as I say, Ufar the Destined already feels like he's woefully underpointed. The troops feel like they're underpointed. The bikes feel like they're underpointed. Yeah, like it all feels underpointed when I look at it still. So, you know, I don't think the nerfs. I mean, maybe these are more appropriately pointed, fine, but like I don't feel like the nerfs went far enough. I think, for example, if you want to go back in the history of this edition, for context, people got really, really, really worried about Space Marine Outriders. Outriders were basically met with insane levels of speculation about how good they were. And maybe that's what I'm doing with Votann here as well, so I accept that I might be throwing stones in glass houses, but Outriders were essentially, right, as a unit, they effectively were as efficient from a combat perspective as two intercessors, in so much as they had as many shots as two intercessors, as many wounds as two intercessors, and as many attacks as two intercessors on the proviso that they charged, because they had +2 attacks on the charge. And then I think they had like 3 attacks on prep. I think they ended up with like 5 attacks a guy or 6 attacks a guy, or maybe even 7 attacks a guy. And people got really like crazily like worried about them. And they went from a 40 point per model unit to 50 point per model unit, which still to this day seems like a ridiculously over the top nerf to that unit. Like that was literally, you know, using a flipping sledgehammer to you know, to pick a lock or something. I don't know what the analogy is. This isn't that, you know. I feel like they've made much harsher nerfs to much less.
Yeah. It was interesting. I remember when Gravis, the heavy intercessors first came out, and everyone was like, "Oh my god, these are going to be the boogeymen of the game. They're so good. They're going to just sit on objectives and no one can remove them." And it's like literally no one takes them. And it's like tower railguns when they came out, everyone lost their marbles because of how busted good they were. And yet, actually, I think everyone's kind of just come to accept it. Like, yeah, okay, this is what it is now. That's fine. Maybe with Votann that there's a bit of that, but yeah, it could be. I mean, Games Workshop themselves have said they're doing light touches. They don't want to overcompensate too much, so they've made a few adjustments. And you know, I imagine with the next MetaWatch / balance data slate, they're probably add in some more adjustments. I think with the nerf to the judgment tokens, I kind of don't like it, but that's because it feels like half of the core mechanics of the game revolve around the fact that you get unmodified wound rolls of 6, activate something, and it's clear that the judgment token system was designed explicitly to trigger those things. And that feels like a shame that you've then taken that away. But I feel like the 1, 2, 3 of the judgment tokens is too good. It should be number 1 is, yes, maybe a hit roll of a 6 auto wounds, and it doesn't count as a 6. Maybe then 2 and 3 triggers it as a 6, so it's like rewarding you. But the hit roll doesn't go 5-4. Maybe it stays at 6. And you get another ability instead. So the rarity of pulling off the auto wounding is still the same, no matter how many judgment tokens there are, but you get different benefits instead. I think that would be a nicer way of doing it. I think hitting on a 4 auto wounding is madness and just shouldn't be in the game anywhere really, because that just feels too strong. Even if you've made people go through lots of hoops to do it. The other point was about the design of the aesthetic of dwarves. What do you think about them, Dan?
It's got some beautiful artwork in the book in places. It's a shame that it didn't quite realise it to the extent that I would have liked. I think the core troops unit is growing on me as I started to see more people using it, but I still don't like it that much. The Chthonian Berserkers are one of the worst looking units in the modern 40k release, as is also true of the Hearthguard. I think Hearthguard look awful. I think the Berserkers look awful. The Thunderkin look good. I I like the look of the Thunderkin. The characters.
I like that.
The Cowl or Ufa the Destined, the two minis look good. It's really interesting that we're in a situation where a named character is made out of the same box set as a generic character.
I mean, you do sometimes get that, but
when's the last time you got that? When's a named character also been billed as a generic character?
Karis Venner from the Krieg was a named character for the Krieg, but also generic.
outside of Forge World, when has that happened? Is there any example?
I mean, you could say Pask. I mean, he does actually technically have a metal mini, but everyone just used a generic tank commander, and his mini kind of was a generic tank commander that they just called Pask.
Yeah, but they released a Pask. You know, it's like you can't say. It's like saying, Belial, because no one likes the Belial model, so they make their own. It's like... Yeah,
I mean, the closest, but it isn't quite the case, is the Gene Stealer Cult, where you get all these characters that are unique characters, but they're not named characters.
I thought of an example. Old One Eye.
You're right, yeah. Well, Norg Degdog as well, but actually he has a unique build, and you could say that the same with Ufather Destined. Like, he's got a particular shield and pointy pose, but yeah, Norg Degdog, you make a generic like box of Ogrins, and he's a alternative build, just like Old One Eye actually. And what's different about those two is they're both generic units that you can make a character out of, whereas this guy is specifically like a 2-option character. One option is a generic character and the other one is a named character, which I think is quite rare within the game actually.
Well, they've done it in the Age of Sigmar range, it happens more often. So, like, the big monsters can be super duper monster or normal monster. So, like,
I've got another one.
Another 40k one.
Yeah, I can't remember what his name. The Knight one. Canis.
Oh, true. Canis Rex.
But he sort of has an extra mini that you run with it, which makes it different, but that is a generic kit that can become a character.
But it's weird to see an infantry character in that
Yes,
like,
no, it is. Like, you wouldn't normally get it with like a Space Marine guy. Like, here's a normal captain, but swap its head over and it becomes a named character.
Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to think if there's any examples outside of that, but I think literally it's Old One Eye, Norg Degdog. But for example, in Age of Sigmar, if you got a mega boss on Maw Crusher, it can also become whatever the named character guy is on Maw Crusher. Same thing with
you do that with a lot of the mounted stuff. So like the I want to say the ghouls, but they're not ghouls. The
there's a bunch of examples of it in AOS.
Flesh Eater Court, that's it. Yeah, stuff like that.
Yeah. But anyway, look, I think as a range, like, without being ridiculous, like, I can tell you what I don't like about it, and I just have. The Land Fortress has really grown on me. I think now that I've seen some in reality, you start to appreciate that it's an interesting size and it's an interesting design. It actually has quite a nice sort of silhouette, and some of the internal details on it from a kind of build perspective are really cool. The Segitar, the transport, really cool mini. I think you and I were of the opinion that was the case pretty much from the moment we saw it. We thought it was one of the stronger minis in the range. So I think the Land Fortress and that are good. I think the Wizard Grimnir is a cool model. I think the characters, bar the runny champion guy that moves like 17 inches or whatever we just determined. But yeah, like it is as stated, it is very eclectic, and it's difficult to fall in love with it as a whole thing. But I think as I'm seeing it more, I can become more sympathetic to it. But yeah, the Hearthguard and the Berserkers specifically will take some serious work to convince me that they're worth being excited about.
Fair enough. Yeah, I think I sort of agree. Similar points with I wouldn't say it was Dave. What was he called? Keel. That's it. I hope I pronounced that right. Yeah, if they'd lent more into the sort of sci-fi the sci-fi setting, the clean minimalistic look, I would have preferred. Similar with the regular troops. I think they're really good. But actually, I don't like a lot of the characters because I feel like they've done what they've done with Space Marines. Like Primaris Marines are really simplified, but the characters are really like ostentatious and much more ornate. And that's obviously what they've done with Votann and Uthar. And I kind of don't like all the embellishments that are added on it because it's all this like, you know, runic detail trying to hark back to Space Dwarves, right? And I just don't think it's too much of a juxtaposition. I don't think it meshes in very well, and I'd have much rather have preferred like them having really clean armor and similar to the regular troops. The big guy with the fist and the hammer or axe, I think, is probably the better of the three. And Grimnir does look very fantasy. Like I can appreciate it's a cool mini, but I don't really feel like it fits in particularly well with the range. Yeah, probably some of my favourite regular troops and the Thunderkin. I think they're really cool. I'd like to see more with that sort of exo armor vibe. And my hot take of the worst model is still the Pioneers and the Trikes. I just can't get behind them. And what frustrates me is that they've made them grav, but every other vehicle is like big chunky wheels. And I've seen a cool conversion where they've actually given them wheels and they look a lot better. And I feel like if you're going to do, and this was the same problem with Space Marines, if you're going to do grav, do all grav. If you're going to do wheels, do all wheels. With Space Marines like Primaris, they did all grav, and then the bikes came out, and they didn't do grav bikes. They gave them wheels, and I was like, that seems silly. And they did the ATV again with wheels. And like with these guys, it's like you've got this cool moon buggy aesthetic, and then when it comes to the bikes, rather than still have wheels to carry on that moon bike aesthetic, they gave them like this grav technology that isn't in anything else, which just seems silly in my mind. Personally, I think if they'd lent in and did all tracks, I think tracks are so underrated. Like, that's the one thing maybe that I just love about Guard is all their tracked vehicles. Yeah, like the Hekaton Land Fortress with tracks, maybe it would look a bit too much like the Jawa Crawler from Star Wars, but good God, it would also look really cool. That's my take.
I mean, no, I'm with you, mate. I'm with you. Should we do one more? Because I'm just conscious of the amount of time we've been taking on these.
Fair enough. Let's skip over to Instagram to make them not feel left out.
What we got, Phil? What we got?
Pick a number between 1 and 6. We'll randomise it.
4.
Oh, 2-bit paints. He says the whole book is just awful and needs a complete rewrite. Oh, Dan, you must love this. In this state, it's just not fun to play against or with. Hunter just existing as a weapon type exemplifies everything wrong with the book. It's just totally unnecessary. The model range has grown on me a lot, except for the Trikes, which should have wheels, and the Berserkers, which should have looked like old Warhammer Fantasy Fire Slayers. I would have probably picked up the army, if the rules were not so much of a dumpster fire. Well, I mean, so we both agree with him on different parts. I agree with him on not liking the Trikes, and you agree with him 100% on all the rules.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, 2-Bit Paints has been listening to too many of our podcasts over the years. He's an
embittered old man like us, is that it?
Yeah, exactly. You know, birds of a feather, I suppose. Yeah, I mean, what a beautiful statement. And reflects certainly where I'm at with it. Look, it's really annoying, isn't it? Right? Because I always worry, like, you throw out these sound bites and you make these statements and you worry that people listen to you in isolation, right? So someone might be like, oh, someone's done a Votann thing. It'd be interesting to hear what someone else has to say about them. And they'll listen to my perspective on it and be like, oh, this guy just seems like... Well,
it'll be the first half an hour and be like, oh, this is really interesting. And then, oh my God, Dan's having a meltdown. Oh my God. It's
so difficult to endorse it when it's like it is. It's. I don't like being negative about Games Workshop, which I think a lot of people will be shocked to hear, because maybe I have have a reputation for being negative. I don't think I do. I like to think I'm being fair, but then obviously everyone who's negative makes those statements, right?
Yeah, I mean, there are plenty of episodes where we gush about stuff and we absolutely love the models.
Chaos Demons.
And rules.
Chaos Demons, I was so impressed. I loved that book. I was like, I'm excited that this book exists. I wish the game was this. More of this, please. Please. Simple to follow rule set. Nice data sheet led designs with majority of emphasis on stats. It's like, oh, what's the nuanced differences? It's really in the stats. This is just words upon words upon words with it's just that thing where it's like, I cannot believe how much you've layered stuff here.
I don't think that army rules are that complicated. I think they're pretty straightforward in terms of, the judgment token system, pretty easy to understand. It's not like some of the more complicated ones. I will say, one criticism, we didn't get no judgment tokens. They could have had a cardboard sheet inside with this codex with some pop-out tokens. They did it with the Gene Stealer Cult one, because Gene Stealer Cult have loads of different abilities, I think, which had all and that was a similar army ability, right? Like if you the crossfire mechanic, I think maybe is the reason why they had the tokens. I can't remember now, but yeah, a whole sheet of judgment tokens would have been really cool. It's literally called judgment tokens. Give us tokens, because otherwise you've got to use dice or something else to represent them while you're gaming. And I think just having some custom tokens would have been a nice touch. But I mean, that's to me a minor criticism of the book. I don't think I think you say the power level of the army is very strong. It's not. I don't think the rules and mechanics are that complicated.
No, but that in itself speaks to the absurdity of it. It's like, it's just beam weapons are too strong. The magma, whatever it is, the things. Magna Rail stuff is not insane with the way that they've sort of neutralized some of the core rules mechanics, but at the same time, regardless of the fact that that's not as mad as it was once, it's still very strong. And then lastly, the hunter weapons are pretty reasonable across the board. So I think that's the thing, when you go through everything, you sort of look at it and go, okay, that's one set of rules. The judgment stuff, it's pretty strong. The fact that they have access to a faction-specific rule set where they are just super optimized for competitive play, sort of takes it to another level. And then, once you add in their stratagems, just their raw unit rule set, it's just lots of stuff. It's lots and lots of stuff. And again, we're not forgetting, you can't reroll ones to wound against them. They've got armor of contempt. You can't reroll damage against them. These are rules that you're probably even forgetting.
Yeah, that's true. Those do stack up. Yeah, they are all individually good rules, and combined together make them really good. That's true.
Because the question mark is this, right? So you are playing a relatively generic. You're playing a relatively generic Space Marine army, and you have got a lieutenant and a captain. And you've got, say 1,000 points, you've got some stuff in there. But, you're neutralizing loads of the abilities, loads of your weapons are worthless against them. So it's like, oh, I'll shoot you with my AP1 bolt rifle. It's like, cool, I ignore the AP1. Oh, yeah, cool. Okay, no worries. Well, I'm going to reroll ones to wound. You can't. Okay, fair enough. Oh, I managed to do some damage to your land fortress. I'm going to do D6 damage. I rolled a 1. Oh, I'd like to reroll that. You're not allowed. Okay, this is going well. You know what I mean? It's just like all of that stuff is crazy. And then you add in the fact that they turn around and go, so all of my guns are either D3 plus 3 or D6. And if they're all my big guns, I have a baked in ability that I can give myself a 6 whenever I want, because of course I took that character that gives me that. Every single 4 to hit is an auto wound, so I don't even need to try and see if I wound you. So it's like, it's like, oh, I'm playing Chaos Space Marines and I've got a toughness 9 Land Raider. It's like, yeah, we don't care. It's like, cool, great, this is great. And this is the problem. I just think that's where we're at with it. It's too much.
Yeah, it's got the potential to be quite oppressive, I think. And as you said, a lot of the things could be unfun games mechanics because you're taking away something that your army specifically does. Like I've got lieutenant, I'm going to reroll 1s to wound. Oh, I can't. Right. Stuff like that can just be unfun to play against because it's not just bonuses to your army. It's nerfs to your opponent's army, stopping them from doing stuff that they should innately either be able to do or that they've paid points to be able to do, or there's a baked-in cost to their units for those abilities that they just can't do against your army. And I guess that's in part of the asymmetrical balance to the game that is a bit rock, paper, scissors. It's not, all armies aren't scissors. Like one army's always better against another, but worse against another, and that should be either way. But it'd be interesting to see how it shakes out in the future. I think the
thing is with it is like, and you make very valid points, and I do agree with you. I just think the thing is with them is that it's just the fact that they've given them all this stuff, and and this is the thing though, right? I think the only way you can make Leagues of Votann, or the only way Leagues of Votann stop being oppressive, is if the person playing them makes conscientious decisions to not optimize. You basically have to go, I'm going to take some of the worst selection of Legion traits or whatever they're called. So I'm going to take one of the rubbish, like I'll take the SR, whatever they were called, the relatively underwhelming one.
The URSR one.
Yeah, I'll take that one because it's relatively underwhelming. So I'll take that, and then I'm going to purposely not put medikits on my troop units. I'm going to purposely not take the Magna weapons or the rail rifles. I'm going to purposely not put them in transports. I'm going to purposely, it comes to a point where it's like, oh, I won't take the bikes because they're a bit too strong. I won't take this guy because he I won't take this character. That's what it comes down to, right? It's like literally, in order for them to be like closer to being a bit more balanced, you have to make more conscious decisions to take the unoptimized elements.
Yeah, and I suspect that's in part, as you said, enforced on people because of the model range only just sort of finally coming out, and also the difference between casual gamers and tournament players, and that'll be interesting to see the disparity between it if they start sort of smashing it up on the tournament scene, but then people like our listeners have been saying, oh, it feels kind of balanced and that it's like a 50% win rate. And that might be just because they're not playing super competitively. They're not taking the really good league, as you were saying. So, maybe, they can be kind of a bit more normal to play against, especially if they're not taking all the different weapon choices that could be the perceived better choice. Which in a way it is good that they can be played like that. I would hate to play a casual game with like a thematic army of them and accidentally like stomp my opponent. Like, hopefully the fact there are some bad choices in there, some bad units kind of can help balance things out. But then you're right, people just won't take those things in the tournament scene.
No. But again, not everything is about the tournament scene, right? So you can't always spend all your time preoccupied with what that is. But the thing is that, I'm just disappointed with it. It's a shame. I was riding high on the Chaos releases. I really liked Chaos Space Marines as a book. I thought Chaos Space Marines was great. And I thought Chaos Demons was great. And I thought Knights, actually, upon reflection, were great. And I thought Chaos Knights were a little oppressive, if I'm honest with you, because I thought they went a little bit too heavy into their War Dog synergies. But the point is that regardless of that reality, I thought that, the Chaos Knight, the Knight, we've been, if we look at the release schedule that has occurred over the summer, we had Imperial Knights, it felt like we had gotten out of the worst of it. It felt like, okay, cool, we got Tau and we got Craftworld and all that stuff happened at the start of the year. But in the middle, we had Knights, Chaos Space Marines, Chaos Demons. I was like, all of those have been interesting. Maybe Chaos Knights were bordering on a bit too strong, but all of those books were interesting. And now we get this. And it's like, ugh. It's like the 2 steps forwards, 3 steps back conundrum, basically.
But don't worry, because the next Codex is the Guard, and I am super hyped.
Yeah, I think I'm really hopeful that the Guard lean more towards the design philosophy that we've seen expressed with those 4 other books that I've mentioned. I think those 4 other books are still good, but I think they're much more fun than this. This is just a bit boring.
Yeah. I think you sort of alluded to it earlier, where you were sort of saying it feels a bit easy to play, and I think if they were like a finesse army, like they have a bit like Harlequins, right? They've got a lot of power, but it's not just a simple plug and play. Okay, I'm just going to move and shoot at these guys, and all my abilities go off. It's more. There's a bit more nuance to it. Like there's a bit more depth to it in terms of a lot of the powers like hidden away in terms of abilities and stratagems. It's not just all stuff that's baked into the data sheet, which is sort of, from what we've seen, what the Votann seems like they've got. A lot of it's the army-wide buffs, the league buffs and stuff like that. So if a lot of that was a bit more hidden away and a lot harder to pull off, but still potential, then that would have been another way of going about it. But yeah, I mean, it would be interesting to see what happens in future balanced data slates, like what they would change to if they did want to tone it down. Like, are they going to target the Ephurian League specifically, because that's a really good one? Are they going to remove things like the you can't re-roll wound rolls against them, or the damage rolls? That would probably go a long way of doing things. Or is it more looking at the judgment token system? And, you know, if there is, let's say, a 10th edition with a brand new codex, it'd be interesting to see what they do to that one. If the negative reaction to this has been sort of so much, like what they would do with the next one, how would they change things going forwards?
Yeah, agreed. All right, cool. There we go. Job's done. Transitional noise. Thank you for all the questions, everybody. Okay, so yeah, that's the end of the podcast. Although, as you know, me and Phil are now going to have a conversation. First of all, I suppose, about how I approach that with a slightly different cadence to how I do otherwise, Phil. Do you think that worked with that more kind of flat delivery, or do you think I still needed that whole kind of like, wah, kind of beginning to it?
I'm sure people with headphones would appreciate the monotone style.
That's it. Well, that's what we got you for, buddy.
Exactly. If you need someone to rhythmically droll you to sleep, that's what I'm here for.
Absolutely. Dude, I enjoy your crisp, clear, concise, consistent audio. I'm incredibly envious of when the recordings come back and I listen to everything that you've kind of put down. And it just has a nice, consistent, lovely delivery to it. Whereas mine can and often is wobbly, you know?
Is yours the earbursters where you have loud sections?
Certainly not intentionally, but perhaps yes. I think ultimately, yeah, it's plausible that is the case. But hey, you know, is what it is, mate. Is what it is. It won't have escaped your attention, Phil, that it's Christmas now, isn't it? Christmas. That's what the advertisers want you to believe. Christmas, Phil. Christmas.
I mean, it's not quite December yet, but it's heading towards that season perilously quickly.
See, weirdly for me, Christmas kind of kicks off in the 20s, you know, of November's. Like, and some people will tell you that's too early, and I can and absolutely can agree with them. But at the same time, I think like you have to sort of accept. I think it was usually, because back in the day, it was usually like the late teens, early 20s when they would start doing the longer opening hours on the high street. If you remember the Christmas hours would all start kicking off from from sort of like the mid-November period. And that's in my mind was kind of like the landmark of like, okay, cool, we're doing light ceremonies in various town and city centres. Christmas has begun now. But it seems like from at least an advertising perspective, we're just getting bombarded with it. It feels like every year it happens earlier, but I swear it must just now just be a thing where it's like Halloween's done, bonfire nights out of the way, bam, we're all about that Christmas.
Quite likely. Is this an elaborate segue to talk about the Christmas battle boxes?
Yeah, well, basically, Phil, yeah, it was an elaborate segue to talk about Christmas battle boxes and the music video that they did with the Goth Rocker.
Oh, okay. I caught a bit of it, but I haven't watched it in full.
You haven't watched the Goth Rocker?
Well, I saw the first like half.
Oh my God, Phil! Did you not enjoy it enough to did it not hold your interest?
If I'm honest, I was watching it while I was on the loo, and then I got off the loo, and so I stopped watching it.
It wasn't able to hold you there.
It didn't maintain me to go, once I've washed my hands, I want to go off and carry on watching it. I mean, I'll give it a go at some point.
There you go.
I was just like, oh, so this is why we're not getting stuff on Warhammer Plus in terms of animations, because they're making freebie content for everyone instead.
Which some would argue that's probably what they should have been doing all along.
Well, yes. I mean, that is arguably the more correct one. But as a paid-up subscriber, I demand my animations, and there hasn't been any for a while of note.
I bet they'll have the cheek of putting it on there as an animation like next week or something, and actually promoting the fact that they've done it. I bet they do it. I bet they go, hey guys, good news! The Orc music video is going on Warhammer Plus. They'll be like, oh.
Speaking of which, I was going to say, if you don't subscribe, obviously you don't anymore.
No, I do not.
But if no one did last time, but you want to somehow binge on all the episodes, at Warhammer Fest, there's a cinema ticket you can buy where they're showing off, I presume, a bunch of the animations that you can enjoy for an evening, which might be. It feels worthwhile if you're interested to see what it's like. But yeah, I don't know if it would be popular or not. I can't tell.
I mean, yeah, I'm not going to be falling over myself to spend. How much were the tickets to go and watch the movie night? Like 15 quid or something?
I would have thought 10, but I don't actually know. I can't remember.
You do realise, though, if they've got half a brain, which I think they do, that it's highly likely that this will feature the Astartes 2. Because that's like their killer app, isn't it?
Oh, Astartes 2 isn't going to happen, mate. No, just.
Oh, I agree with you, but I would hope.
I mean, if they were going to do it, they should have gone, yeah, because all they've said there's animations. They should have said there's going to be like a special preview of something big and done Astartes 2. That would be amazing if they do. But the fact is that Astartes 2 isn't on any of the promo leaflets that they're talking about for Warhammer Plus. And I assume the stuff that is on there is the stuff that they're going to be revealing this year on Warhammer Plus. So I don't think it's coming anytime soon.
Imagine, though, Phil, right, that we don't take up this opportunity to buy this £10 ticket to go to the cinema night. And at the cinema night, at the start of it, Henry Cavill comes out dressed as Eisenhorn. And then they go, here's some Eisenhorn stuff. Be like, oh my God.
Well, yeah, that long-awaited show would be pretty amazing. Again, it feels like it's been stuck in limbo, because if they've even started production on it, they would have announced it, you would have thought, unless it's super, super top secret.
Who knows, mate? Who knows? But anyway, look, long story short, fine. So the Goth Christmas music video thing didn't wow you. If anything, it just made you angry because you're...
Well, no, it didn't make me angry. But I was slightly, not disappointed, critical, let's say.
A bit miffed.
Of the fact that, I mean, it's cool. But again, if there were weekly or fortnightly episodes of animations coming to Warhammer Plus, I wouldn't care. But it's more the fact that there's been a real drought since the resubscription of animations that makes me go, oh, but this is getting animated. Lovely.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Warhammer Plus at this point has just become a little bit of a ridiculous thing, right? Like it's as a platform, it's kind of interesting because it's clear now that they just sort of go, oh yeah, well, you get your mini, and then we'll throw you a couple of vouchers throughout the process. That'll tide you over. We don't really have to be so beholden to content, so we'll just sort of dribble that out as and when we've got it.
Yeah, it used to be when it very first came out. I think they almost explicitly said new animations every week, and then they changed that to be like most weeks or fortnightly, and they were pretty consistent at doing a new animation every fortnight for a while, and then recently it feels like it's not even close to that.
Well, we've kind of addressed this so many times over, it's probably not necessary to
exactly
go back over it again, but it is just funny, isn't it, how that has kind of just come to a point now where they're just like whatever.
Yes, is it going to be a bit like the podcast that they did, a sort of a slowly forgotten about project that someone was really passionate about, and then maybe that person left or changed jobs, and will it dwindle or will it get better and better over time? I think that's who knows. I think it could just be that there's a backlog of animations being worked on, and then maybe later on we get a glut of animations coming our way. But yeah, what did you think of the Goth Rocker?
I really liked it. I thought it was a nice video. I thought, it was really cool that Games Workshop had done it. And I think the music that they had created, though not the most original song in the world, was a really nice adaptation of it. I thought the whole thing was done with a lot of love and a lot of enthusiasm, and I think that came across. So I really liked it. I was like, wow, fair enough. This is cool. I especially like when
they did a tour poster and like a tour T-shirt or hoodie. I don't know. Are they actually available to buy?
I do not know if a tour T-shirt.
Or were they like fake? We're going to design them, but you can't get hold of them.
Oh no. So the actual band merch is by all accounts it's something you can purchase, and
brilliant.
They've given you the ability to download the tour poster. Will you be downloading the tour poster?
Now I know what to get for your birthday.
It's very generous of you. I mean, I've already got it right here, so we're all good. There you go. Festival Tour M41. There you go. They've cancelled their trip to Cadia. As can be understood. So cheeky. Apparently they're due a trip to the Citadel of Terror. Lots of terror related locations there. But look, I mean, I think it's a really fun gimmick and something that they've been doing a good job of accentuating with the kind of activities that they've been doing. So genuinely, I thought it was a really cool thing. When I saw it come into existence the other day, I was like, oh wow, okay, cool, nice. No hard feelings on my side because again, I don't subscribe to Warhammer Plus no more, so I have little concern for when they are not producing animations. Although, just so as we can completely be 100% sure, since resubscribing to Warhammer Plus, which I feel was like 3 months ago, 2 months ago, they got you to resubscribe to that?
Two and a bit, yeah.
2 months ago.
Like that,
how many new animated shows are they added since then?
I think they did. I think there was about 2 or maybe 3 episodes of Interrogator to finish off from. I think there was at least 2. There was. I haven't watched it. The Angels of Death prequel, which I assume is an episode, and then they did a supercut of Angels of Death into a movie length episode, which again felt like clutching at straws, but also quite cool that they've done it for those that want it. But, that's not a new animation. That's just the show without... Just
an edit, yeah.
I would say the ads, the intro logos and credits and stuff on every single episode. And I think that's it, really. Yes, it's that shocking, Dan. It's that shocking.
I know. I am ill, by the way, at the moment, Phil. I'm ill. I'm ill. It's rubbish.
Oh.
I've got that thing with your throat that everyone has at the moment, except you, maybe. I don't know. Did you have the sore throat thing?
No, I had a cold, but it was just a classic cold.
Oh, a classic cold. A good old...
Classic
cold.
cold.
Classic.
A good old runny nose, yes.
Beautiful. Beautiful. We can talk about the Christmas boxes as well if you want. You've got one for the Adeptus Sororitas. I don't know how much money-wise these are going to be at this stage. Have they released pricing for these? Are they on the pre-orders right now?
No, they're not up for pre-order just yet because the guard stuff was this week, so I imagine it'll be next week, maybe.
Next week.
I assume it's going to be around 120, maybe 140 for some of the... I mean, it's hard to tell, really. Normally, they are quite good value for money, though.
Yeah, I think, well, hopefully they can get as close to 100 as possible. I think that's clearly the
and I
intent.
think slightly over that tends to be... It always feels a bit much. But normally it tends to be 120, but via third party, around 100 or like 95 or something.
Yeah. The Adeptus Sororitas box looks fine. It's got a load of the Nundums, as they call the sisters in their mech robot suits, which are pretty fancy. And then they've got the Boogie Boarders, regular unit of sisters, and then her that Phil can't remember the name of, but I'm going to see if he does.
More Van Val.
More Van Val. There you go. Are you able to remember that name because you're looking at the social post right now and it's written?
No. I was actually looking at the AOS ones and Nighthaunt because there's a cool squig one which you might be interested in.
Well, maybe.
If you're still tempted to do Gloom Spike Gits. But no, I wasn't actually looking at it at the time. I'd remembered because I was so shamed in the last episode of forgetting her. It somehow sunk in now when I have no pressure to actually remember it.
There you go. So that looks all right. The Custodes box looks pretty great, to be fair. They give you 3 full units of 5 Custodes, which can be broken down into 5 units of 3 Custodes, which is a healthy amount.
Yeah, that feels like a substantial amount of points for Custodes.
Oh, yeah, really is. That's
probably 1,500 points.
Yeah, gotta be.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was almost 2,000. Maybe if you had a dreadnought in there or something. But yeah, that feels almost like a complete army in itself.
Yeah, I mean that's a pretty good value, and when you consider that all of these kits have the capacity to be built into characters because of the flexibility of the kits, I think it represents a pretty amazing value, to be fair. It's interesting that in the photography they've decided to have every unit with a banner, which would imply that they've got like
yes.
I mean, however many
1, 2, 3, 4. Is that just the same guy? I think that's the same guy photoshopped,
yes,
which
correct.
is why it's been duplicated. But I mean, it looks impressive as well.
Yes, yeah.
But a bit odd.
Maybe they should have got the guy who was doing the Photoshop to know that maybe you didn't need to have quite that many Vexillas in your photography.
Yes, but I assume they've got a squad of 5.
They do,
and they've just replicated that 3 times, right?
Well, my assumption is he or she, the designer who's working on this, will have probably taken the 360 images, spun them around a bit, and then just taken those as like individual PNGs or whatever, and then just posted them on. I get the feeling looking at this that none of this is real photography. I feel like it's a generic background that they've just photoshopped on. I assume they've got most of this stuff as layers that they just sort of build up over a generic background. Yes,
yeah. Clearly, I think, you're right. It's all sort of stock photography because but then they haven't even done the 360 thing like you're saying. It's all identically posed and from the same angle.
Yeah, maybe it is. So basically that's Yeah, some lazy photography there. But look, at the end of the day, I mean, they're churning out so much product. Who cares, right? I mean, that looks like a good box, though. I mean, if you were interested in Custodes, it's a pretty good way to start. So you got the 15 Custodes, the 3 Custode Terminators that I forget the name of.
Is it Alaris?
Alaris, that's the word.
Or is that... Yes.
No, it is Alaris. Then you got...
Yeah, I'm trying to think, because there's the Forge World Terminators as well have a different name.
Yes, they have a different name, but I don't remember what that is. And then you got the Trajan Valores, and then you got the 3 Dawn Eagle Jetbikes, which are pretty cool. So there you go. You're going to get that one, Phil?
No. I mean, it's cool, but not for me, because I'm, as I said, I'm doing my Thunder Warriors as a counts as Custodes army.
That's true.
Interesting to note that actually, for this, if you wanted it as a Horus Heresy army, you can't technically use the Terminators or the bikes, because you're in the Horus Heresy game, you've only got access to the Forge World versions. So you could potentially convert them to make the weapons match up, but it is a bit odd that in the, was it Liber Imperium, they don't get access to a lot of the plastic kits.
Yeah, it's strange,
except
isn't
like
it?
the bog standard infantry. Yeah, a bit odd, but, you know, is what it is.
Yeah. Next, we got the Adeptus Mechanicus. So you got Belisarius Corps with 2 units of the Breaches, yes. So we got 2 units of the Breaches. We got 2 Castellan robots with the Datasmith, and then 1 unit of 10 Sakari. So, I mean, in terms of a points conversation here, this is quite a difference in terms of pound per point in this situation. I think the Scutari unit will probably only set you back something like 100 points, maybe 120-ish. The Breaches will come in probably at like the 160 level, so call them 320 for that. Belisarius is probably something close to 300, maybe like 250. And then the robots between 90 and 100 points each, with the Datasmith costing about 40 points. So even if you chuck in some meaningful upgrades in there, you're still not really going to be talking about a huge amount of points there. Plus, also, Breaches are by far and away one of the most underwhelming parts of Mechanicus as a force.
But the coolest looking.
Are they?
Agree to disagree, Dan. Moving on.
Okay, all right, fair enough. But yeah, I mean,
no, I like them. I think they're really cool.
I do like them. I don't know if they're the coolest thing. You know. Are you sure you want to put them amongst the coolest things?
Not a 40k all time, but as out of the AdMech range, by far, yeah.
All right, fair enough.
I mean, you name a better looking unit.
What?
I can think of one off the top of my head.
Well, for the AdMech or for the Breaches? Or for the
AdMech.
Oh, what, a better
AdMech
unit?
/ Skitari.
Yeah, so so the flyer thing people, the ones with wings that I can't remember the name of.
Petracti.
Yeah, that.
Something like that.
Yeah, they're better.
No, I don't think so.
The Infiltrators.
Yeah. Okay, they are quite cool.
They're better.
Yeah, they're pretty cool.
They're better.
I mean, I would say the Dune Crawler is such an iconic unit.
Yeah, I like the
Dune
Crawler.
Put that up above the Breaches.
The Iron Striders, they're pretty great.
Oh, no, I'm not a fan of them.
Mate, they're great.
Too spindly.
They are, well, everything in this range is too spindly, with the exception of the Breaches.
They're chunky. Chunky boys.
They are
That's
chunky boys. Imperial Knights. Now, this gives an indication towards potential price points, I suppose, because that Imperial Knight in the middle, if you buy it from GW off the shelf, is 100 quid Knight. And then the armigers, I think, are like 30 for 2. So you're talking about 160 quid.
And they won't sell it at that price, but, you know, let's say
120 again. Actually, 120 sounds.
120 seems fair.
Yeah. Assuming I was even remotely close on estimating the value of the armigers, I'm just going to look quickly.
Because a main knight is around 100 or
Holy
like 95
cow.
quid, I think.
Armigers are 50 quid. When did armigers become 50 quid for 2 armigers?
Wow. That is pricey.
It is pricey, isn't it? Flipping hell. All right.
Well,
Well,
this is, again, value, I don't know, reasonably good value for money, because that's almost got to be 1,000 points, right? Or maybe
yeah. So
more
you're
like
looking,
800.
call it 160 an armature, on average, maybe 170. So what's that? 340. So there's two of them, so that'll be 680. And then it's over 1,000 points. So yeah, because you can't. The cheapest knight you can build is a gallant, and that's 400 points. So even then, you'd be over 1,000.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, if you wanted to do like, because the way I'm starting to look at armies now is 1,000 point list for doubles.
Yes,
and this is a great like doubles list, I think. And not too much to paint up in theory. So yeah, I would be strongly inclined to get this if I didn't have boxes of knights tucked away already.
Yep. Then we got Death Guard, Mortarion, 2 units of Plague Marines, and 1 unit of Blightlord Terminators. It's all right. I don't think you'd be falling.
Not 2 units of Blightlord Terminators?
No, it's 1 unit of Blightlord Terminators.
What, the guys at the front on the left, or is it just one big squad? I don't know.
So front left is a Blightlord with Terminator with his Mace of Absolution, or whatever it's called, the Plague Mace, or whatever it is. Then to the right of that guy is another Blightlord Terminator with the Plague Bellow Spitter Thingamabib.
I see.
Then
yeah, so
everyone
the
behind
5
them that's a unit of 7 Plague Marines behind them.
Okay, yeah, I was being confused. I was thinking it was on the left was a squad and the right was a squad, but it's a squad spread out across both sides of Mortarion. Okay, yeah,
yeah, they're stretching thin. I mean, look, Mortarion's always cool, but funnily enough, this is a bunch of stuff that would be useful for me for my burgeoning, my big.
Oh, for your Death Guards.
My Death Guard, because I don't have Mortarion. I definitely don't have enough Plague Marines, and I have no Blightlord Terminators. So maybe.
Oh well, perfect box set for you. Then.
Exactly. Well, you now know what to get me for Christmas, Phil. There you go.
Oh, okay.
Oh, the pressure.
The pressure on my wallet.
That's it. Next one down is a very similar theme, except Zench based. So Thousand Suns with Magnus, the red. Couple of aspiring sorcerers, or a few aspiring sorcerers, because they come in a box of 3.
3, yeah.
And then 2 units of rubrics, which are pretty cool. I mean, again, to me, that's a pretty great box set for someone looking to get in 1,000 Suns. I mean, that is a pretty great starting point for those wishing to do 1,000 Sun army. But if I can be honest, again, it's weird because it's so rare that I look at Magnus the Red within a kind of photography setting. He's such a silly looking model, isn't he? It's like, I love him, but it's like I feel like he needed to just be a little bit smaller. He's just a bit too ridiculously big, isn't he?
Well, that's surely the point, right? He's because you want him to compare with the like the great demons, so you want him to be of that size, I guess. Otherwise, he might look a bit too diddy. But
no, fair.
I don't know. Yeah, he was big in the epic version of him, so maybe that's why they've scaled him up.
No, I get that.
To be a big boy.
It's weird though, isn't it? Because you look at Mortarion and he doesn't look he looks, obviously he's bigger, but he's not extraordinarily bigger. Whereas Magnus looks...
I think Magnus is actually a lot bit bigger than Mortarion, it seems.
Yeah. It's sort of comical in a way how massive they made him. But there you go. Yeah, I mean, again, I think if you were looking to get into 1,000 Sun army, this will give you pretty much everything you need to get things going in a good way. So, fair play. Next down the line is the Imperial Fists Gravis box. So, basically, what is this? 15 heavy intercessors and 3 aggressors with Tor Garridan. It's all right. It's fine. I don't think anyone will ever really want it necessarily, unless you're really into the Gravis stuff. But
I mean, if you want, I like the idea of an all Gravis army, so this is pretty cool. Although I think they should have gone with the generic Gravis Captain, like the new one that they released pretty much, was it January time or something, like early?
Well, I get the impression that the theme for this year is get rid of boxes of named characters.
Well, maybe that's just the theme for all of these boxes, pretty much.
Yeah,
like they've all got a named character as best as they can in them, which is sort of unusual because that's like a new thing. Like normally they don't ever have named characters in these kind of Christmas boxes, I don't think.
No, every one of them's got a named character in.
Oh,
Even the Imperial Knight one.
Yeah, technically.
But look, I think here's the problem with the Gravis stuff to me still is that I find it difficult to support the idea of a 100% Gravis army while we're still waiting on the delivery of a range of Gravis support characters and other Gravis units. I appreciate at the moment we've got the Inceptors, we've got the Aggressors, and we've got the Heavy Intercessors. But it's so weird that we don't have it's so weird that we don't have a Gravis Chaplain or a Gravis Librarian or a Gravis Apothecary.
Oh, yes. No, yeah. I would like more Gravis, of those support units.
Yeah.
Gravis-inspired Dreadnought would be cool to go alongside the sort of the Phobos-esque one that we can see in the next Battle Force box.
Yeah,
you're right. Yeah, they've just got the Captain in Gravis, and it is odd that you don't have anything else.
One day soon, but yeah, I think I like Gravis, I really do, but it's like it's hard to get really excited about it at the moment. It seems like it doesn't quite do enough for you, but who knows? Phobos, on the other hand, I'm always a little bit more intrigued by the idea of Phobos. It's just yet again a shame, though, right, that they've obviously gone, here you go, guys, Phobos, have yourself a load of Reavers. It's like, oh, God, Reavers again.
God, yeah.
You do know that Games Workshop in their next Marine Codex had better sort out whatever the heck Reavers are. Like, they deserve to be good for a change, given the amount of Reaver kits they've been peddling on people over the years.
They were the very first like Phobos armored unit, right? So they should be, and they are quite iconic, I would say, more so than like Incursors. So it's like just make them good and have a purpose and do that purpose well, basically. Yeah,
I want Reavers to be good. I would really like it if they were, but they haven't been for a while. I think there are some interesting builds you can do with Reavers, but I just don't think that they're ever going to really deliver the goods. They always feel like they are just kind of I know Richie's done some fun things with them in his Imperial Fist army.
Yeah.
But even then it never feels like it does enough. The only time I've seen the Reavers be especially good is when Richie has ran them as part of his Crusade force and then has added in a bunch of Crusade gubbins onto them. And at that point, they get good. But which again, beautifully demonstrates to me the problem with them conceptually is that it seems like actually as a unit, they're maybe one upgrade away from being good, but then they're also maybe one upgrade away from being far too good. And I think that's the balance that they need to strike with these guys, right?
Yeah.
Because if all of a sudden they had like 6 attacks each at AP2, 2 damage or something, you'd be like, "Ooh, hello, no thanks, mate. That's a bit too juicy." But if it was like, I don't know, it's just a very
I like the fact that you can arm them with like the little jump shoots so they can deep strike down, and they've only got knives, so they can't be as good as assault intercessors. But ironically, we'll probably get into combat the same turn, right? So probably turn 2 if they can get a good charge off, whereas assault intercessors running across the board will also get into combat turn 2 as well.
Yeah.
But I think they just need to lean into that terror aspect of them. So maybe they can, if they come in from the table, like from a board edge, it can be 1 turn earlier. So they can, appear in your opponent's rear deployment zone when they normally can't do that straight away sort of thing. And yeah, do loads of like leadership debuffs or combat attrition modifiers, something like that leans into the fact they're meant to be scary.
Yeah, totally agree with you. Sorry. Oh, feeling rough this afternoon. Yeah, something needs to be done with them. But nonetheless, look, you've got 10 Reavers, a couple unit of 3 Eliminators, 2 Invictus War Suits, which is pretty good going, a Librarian in Phobos Armor, which is pretty great, and then, of course, Mr. Shrike himself, Chapter Master of the Raven Guard. Used to be that Shrike was pretty tasty. These days, I feel like he's a little bit, he's a little bit under par. But I'm hopeful that once they finally get around to updating Marines, that Shrike will be more of a monstrosity as he deserves to be, because at the moment Shrike always just sort of feels like he never really delivers the goods. But but the mini is quite cool. I like that he carries around his portable bit of wall, and that he's got that really mad emo haircut. Like I'm okay with it. I think it's fine.
Yeah, he's the only, isn't he? Still the only one with only Primaris with an actual sort of classic jump pack, right? Other than because the Inceptors are specifically for Gravis, whereas this guy's actually got a normal jump pack on. Well, I would say normal armor, but it's not a Phobos armor. Yeah,
so it's not a normal jump pack in the sense that it's obviously not in appearance the same as old jump packs, but it is a jump pack in the sense.
Yeah, but it's not a grav shoot like the Phobos Evo. It's sort of like, but visually styled to have elements like the fins and stuff.
Yeah. That's really cool, and I hope we see a Gravis unit that takes advantage of that going forwards. Like, again, should really have been the Reavers, right? Like, the Reavers should have been a bunch of jump packy guys. That would have been phenomenal. And if it is that we can just end up in a situation where they do like a kill team-esque sprue upgrade for them, where they just go, oh, we've just added jump packs to this unit now. That would probably give them...
Yeah, that'd be cool, and differentiate them again from the assault intercessors, even though they're the ones people would want the jump packs on. Because what's the... I won't say eliminators, but it's not. What's the... they've kind of got jump packs, but they technically shouldn't be the
suppressors,
the auto cannons, suppressors. So they're styled to have the same like grav shoots, but the rules were written as if they would like jump packs, which sort of makes no sense. It's like very, very weird unit, that one.
Yeah, I feel like that was one of those weird instances where they just kind of didn't necessarily know what they were doing with it and just went, oh yeah, that's what that is. And, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, because it feels like they should be able to just drop down, and then once they've dropped down, that's where they're staying in their like sniper spot to shoot around. They shouldn't just be crazily jumping all over the table.
Well, I suppose the difference is with the suppressors, though, is that they do have jet propulsion on their legs as well as on their... Because again, it's a different kind of thing. So the Reavers have these like gravity vane things. So they have like these kind of pieces that come out that are supposedly like anti-grav tech. Whereas if you look at the suppressors, their grav bits are connected to additional propulsion. But the thing that sort of makes it look weird is that it's not propulsion in the sense of what you've come to expect before, right? Because one of the things I suppose that a lot of people kind of assume about Space Marines when they first look at them is that they go, oh, their backpacks are like jetpacks, right? And it's like, no, their backpacks aren't jetpacks. That's exhausts for their power supplies. It's like, oh, okay, cool, I get it. Those are exhausts for power supplies. And then the thing is with the jump pack, it's basically like a massive jet engine type thing strapped to your back, and it's quite clearly, different in terms of what it is. Whereas in the suppressors specifically, they look like they've just got lots of the energy venting for the power pack, the backpack, as opposed to an actual kind of functionally distinct propulsion system. But whatever, it's sci-fi nonsense in it. People can do whatever they like.
Well, that's true.
Don't hate that one. I think genuinely of the bunch of them, I think the two that stand out to me the most as being potentially worth a look is Thousand Suns and Death Guard. I think they've got some good stuff in them. Again, though, that sort of speaks.
No, I was going to say, oh, interesting, and I'll give you my 2 picks afterwards.
Yeah, well, no, I think for me, those two, because I think it speaks to the limited nature of their ranges, but I think Thousand Suns especially looks really good to me. Death Guard, I'm going to just say looks good because of the fact that actually I've kind of determined that it might be something that I might consider getting. But yeah, Thousand Suns probably is the number one for me. Again, if you were thinking of getting into Thousand Suns, this will give you pretty much everything you need to get going. All you need to do after this is probably pick up some Zangor and some tanks and things, and then you're probably getting towards something pretty meaningfully Thousand Sunny. Because again, the range of Thousand Suns is so relatively limited, I suppose. Also, as well, actually, and that's actually a really good point, really complements their combat patrol, which is something I've just looked up, because their combat patrol is 5 Scarab Occult Terminators, the Infernal Master, which is that guy that summons stuff, or rather works as like a chaplain, and then a load of Zangor. So effectively, if you had this box set and then bought yourself a combat patrol to kind of spice it up with, you'd pretty much have the makings of a pretty much content complete collection of Thousand Suns gear at that point. So yeah, not bad. What do you reckon, Phil?
I was leaning towards Custodes and Knights. Because they feel like pretty decent, sizable chunks of your army, and also like a decent spread of actual units as well.
Yeah, it's fair to say, actually, yeah, the Knights look like they actually... Again, it's all going to depend on price point, isn't it? But Knights actually do have a bunch of stuff in it that you're going to want, because most people who want to play Knights competitively will be wanting to go Armiger heavy. But you are still going to want to have one Knight in there, if not maybe 2. So, yeah, no, I think that's a pretty good box. I mean, if they do it at a good value, you could basically get a pretty compelling Imperial Knight army ready to go off of the back of this and another, 2 of these boxes, and you could pretty much be off to the races with that one, because that would be 8 Armigers, 2 Lancers, which could make a pretty decent night army, to be fair. So yeah, no, good point, very good point. So actually, to its credit, some pretty good stuff here when you're actually put under the microscope, assuming the price is right. That's the
I would say probably the only downside, right, is they're not very good for people wanting to add to an existing collection because of the characters. Because with the exception of you, maybe if you want like Death Guard, for example, you've probably got Mortarion already, unless for whatever reason you don't, then in which case it's probably really good. But yeah, but that's the same with a lot of these boxes. Even the Cadian box set, I'm a bit like, isn't a great buy for existing Guard players, but it's a fantastic box for new Guard players, because it's just stuff that, even though they're all new kits, they're units that you've probably already got. And yeah, same with this, because of the characters, you've probably got all of them. Maybe with the exception of the Marine ones, because you might be like, if you want an all Gravis collection and you've got a couple of Gravis units, it's like, cool, I can have all of those and probably convert up Tor Garadon to be just a Gravis captain, or just, flog him for like 15 quid on eBay or wherever, and get the generic captain instead.
Yeah, no, fair point. And yeah, you are right, actually. I think it's it's an interesting selection in that sense. But I guess their angle, I suppose, more now than anything, is that they're trying to, I don't know, maybe they're just trying to kind of target new collectors for those particular armies rather than worry about those that already have them. It's more about kind of, I guess, getting people into other forces.
Yes, yeah, they're good like gateway boxes, I think, into getting a collection for sure.
And it's going to really depend on price, as I keep saying. If these things are fairly priced in that kind of 120-ish range, which seems realistic. I mean, I haven't really been paying attention to GW prices too much lately, in the sense that because I've not really had to buy a great deal of stuff lately, and you do kind of look at it and just sort of go, God, you do really forget. Sometimes you forget how expensive this hobby is until you start looking at it again. You're like, flipping hell, some of these prices, my God. Like,
yeah, for sure. Especially when you look at Games Workshop website. It was funny. So I had a game with my friend George yesterday at 40k, and he was just like, who buys from Games Workshop, like the website direct? Because it's just so expensive. And I was like, yeah. I did, and it feels like it is the Games Workshop web store is predominantly there for people that haven't discovered third-party retailers yet, or maybe live in a country where they don't exist and you have to buy direct from Games Workshop. Because, full retail price is expensive.
It's funny, though, isn't it? Because I think sometimes they try and leverage exclusivity of certain, so they have certain like promotions and things that they do. So it's like, if you pre-order,
get your collectible coin or what have you.
Yeah, exactly. Like, get your Cadia box set and we'll throw in a picture or whatever. Because I mean, I won't lie, I bought the Craftworld bundle that they did, where you got one of every new Craftworld thing, because it came with a picture. It was like a framed picture that it came with of the cover artwork, and I was like, I fancy getting that, so I'll do it. Nice. And then I was a little disappointed, if I'm honest, with the size of the framed picture. Though I was expecting it to be a bigger one. It's kind of like they sent me a framed postcard, but
is it like A5 or something then?
Yeah, it's not huge. It was like, okay, cool, thanks. But the thing was at the time I just wanted to guarantee that I got the stuff, and I don't know, because for that release it meant enough to me that I just thought, I'll just go direct, and that'll be how I do it. But it's not always the way it works, I guess.
That's true.
But cool. So Christmas is here. What a lovely time. We're toying with doing the Christmas quiz. We want to do the Christmas quiz. I feel like we are going to do the Christmas quiz, but we don't exactly know how at this moment in time. This is one of those really annoying periods of time where we're like, we have the technology, we just don't want to spend a lot of money. Sorry, that's an old $1 million / $10 man reference from Family Guy. Look, I think we're just trying to figure out how that's going to work. But the expectation is that, the current expectation is we're filming it in 2 weeks' time, aren't we?
Oh my God, yeah. A classic last minute magic rabbit out your hat type scenario.
Yeah, I think this one has bizarrely kind of snuck up on us a bit. No Joe this time, unless he changes his mind, but he's been pretty adamant that he's not going to do it.
He's taking his 2 wins and he's running, basically.
That's it. He was retiring undefeated from the world of video game boxing. So he's taking the money and running, which is fair enough. I mean, at the end of the day, he's a busy guy. He does so much hobby stuff all the time at the moment. I mean, he's got a lot of demands on his time in terms of what he's able to do, and I imagine that it's difficult for him to prioritize working on a project that isn't directly related to stuff that he is gainfully employed to work on a regular basis, which is fair enough. I mean, it's no hard feelings on that side of things. I mean, good on him. But what that has meant is that we're now in a weird situation where we built components that can comprise a set, and now we need to work out how we can either replace Joe, which doesn't seem likely to happen, or work around the fact that we're going to have an extra desk space with Joe's name on it, but him just not be there. Maybe we get a cardboard cutout of him, but again, we're not going to spend the money on that. So maybe we, draw his face onto a mannequin, but again, we're probably not going to pay for a mannequin. So you can see how this problem just keeps accentuating itself.
Let's just do a cheap A4 printout of his face.
That's what we'll do. We'll just have him there, and then we'll mock him for losing. We'll basically what we'll do is we'll play it off as if Joe is there.
And he'll just score 0 points throughout the course.
Exactly. We can add a whole kind of element to it. Maybe what we could do is we could get like some clothes, stuff them with newspapers, so as it looks like a form of a person, but
like basically
a guy. Like a guy. Yeah, absolutely. And then what we could have is we could have an iPad on a stick in like the center of it, and then we could have like a series of pictures of Joe's face on the iPad, and then one of our behind the scenes producery people can flip between several Joe faces in response to certain moments.
A few key expressions maybe is what we need.
Exactly. We've got enough photography of Joe that we can create a number of responses. So maybe that's what we'll do. That's your job, Phil. There you go. I've given you a job. You need to make a guy.
Okay.
There you go. Done. These are the executive decisions being broadcast to you all. But yeah, it should be good though. I think if we do get it off the ground, main priority for me at the moment is just making sure that I can kind of refine audio quality, because good God, it was terrible last year. So bad. So that needs work. Filming needs to be improved as well. Lots of variables, right? But we'll try our best, won't we, Phil?
Exactly. We'll give it our best shot.
We'll give it our best shot. Worst case scenario, we will not do it. Middle case scenario, we won't do it. Worst case scenario, we film it and then decide that it's too bad to release and don't put it out.
I mean, worst case scenario, we could just do a podcast edition of it. So we just record it like we do a normal podcast. So therefore the audio quality is going to be good, but there's no visual element to it.
God, yeah, look, wouldn't that just be clever if we just stuck to our type?
Exactly.
Feels like we're like, just feels like, I don't know what, it just feels slightly wrong, but maybe that is...
No, exactly. I like it that it's our end of year sort of special that we do that is different from...
I agree.
Our normal format.
Phil, can I share my screen with you for just a moment? Can I, Phil? Can I?
Yes, go on.
Okay, right. I'm going to ask you to explain what is going on here. Ready? Okay.
Okay.
Share. What is that? What's happening there? You see it? What's that all about?
Oh,
Zoom out.
that is odd.
What is that random thing?
So what Dan is, I presume this is still being recorded. So Dan is showing me the Kadia Stands intro banner from the Games Workshop webpage that's currently on the homepage. There's the command squad member with the power fist. I don't actually know what he is because he's not the commander, so it's odd that he's got the power fist. But yeah, there's a weird blue thing on his base, or just behind his base, that looks like it's on his base. I presume that's not on the actual... So if you click into it and look through the actual contents, it's not there. So I assume it's...
There he is at a 360.
I presume it's something on the table then that just looks like it's on his base.
It's weird though. I feel like it's a weird random piece of random Photoshop that has managed to find its way in there completely by mistake. Because you're absolutely right. It looks like, because it looks like some sort of Zench-esque orb or something. It's just randomly there. I don't know. Very odd, isn't it? Very odd. We best screen grab
it's
this
clearly
film,
on the it's clearly on the ground, on that grey ground bit, but weirdly where the transition is between the ground and is it one of the old Sky Shield landing pads on the left?
Do you think that's what it is?
Platform.
Oh, maybe.
Oh, it's a light, maybe.
It's a light
upturned light. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It
was
looks
just
like it's just above him on the base almost. Yeah, very odd.
It looked very odd until you realise that it isn't. All right, well, there you go. This is why people love this podcast. Great quality
Sherlock
content like
Holmes
that.
mystery solved.
Exactly. Cool. All right, well, I guess that'll do. Any more, Phil?
Oh no, there's so much we could talk about, but you know, it's all guard related, so let's save it for the next episode. Let's tire everyone out with guard talk then.
That is what we shall do. But until then, goodbye, everyone.
Goodbye.